We're ready.
Yeah, we're live too.
Hell yeah!
Hello.
She doesn't dare to scream now. I'm sorry,
Hello.
girl.
Are you? Are you really?
No.
My mental health says no, but
Wait. Why does Dusk Fugi have like a Discord reaction next to it?
That's the rain check your DMs thing.
Oh! Wow. Okay. Yeah. Fair. Why is it not rotating there?
It's just perfectly placed. I love it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's keep
Also,
it like this.
also, I just realized something.
What?
Nice.
baby.
Thanks for the subscribe. Remember to follow as well. Love you. We
Oh,
got
thanks.
Twitter. We got.
Thanks for the subscription, Caranus. Thank you, Caranus, for the subscription.
You have no idea how accurate to 99% of the channels I subscribe to there was.
Yeah, that's the joke.
Oh, no, I actually winced.
Okay, that was funny. I succeeded.
But it's
Good.
funny.
So, how are you gonna call your baby?
What?
9 months.
It's a
Oh,
sub
9
baby.
months.
Yeah, it's
Sub baby.
I like how the women got that.
Greg. I don't know.
What the fuck? Greg,
I mean,
Greg,
it was either that or Steve, was it?
No, Steve, no. Welcome. It's been
Hi.
Hi, welcome to our bullshit.
So, who wants to give a recap of last session?
Do I need to do it again or?
2.0.
No.
Drama.
Yeah, it was boss fight. So,
Mixed with the
but yes, to give a recap after the initial gold wedding, the family went down south. By south, I mean under. So they went under the actual cathedral, and a fight ensued as the party chased them down, with help, of course. They realized that the family was attempting to release some sort of a demon, like a plague demon, in order to kind of what one can assume, and in the time that it's taken now that your characters are gathering themselves up to go upstairs, a way to kind of hold the city ransom, because since they're immune and seemingly have some sort of vaccine towards this, this would, of course, provide them a bit of leverage. It was a desperate and stupid move, but that seemed to have triggered something, which was the failsafe that was set up by a Imperial envoy who, from your flashbacks, you realize was the one that orchestrated the assassination of the original 5 Sails, which are the 5 heroes that created this city and or started the nation. You guys whooped the crap out of that dude. And you realize now that the 5 Sails have been awoken, partially due to the plague, and also in part due to some of the shadowy BS that you guys unleashed or been walking into underneath the city. They were then recruited or used by, well, I guess we call them the visitor or the stranger.
I was gonna go with
The guest, yes. Who is seemingly tied to the artifact that Alex has.
And the cheese demon.
The cheese demon might have been just an ally of convenience at the time.
The Cheeman.
Really trying to hammer that one in.
I mean, he's still out there, but you know.
Plotting his cheesy ways.
And you realize that they've been teleported away. That the plague and undeath have turned them into vile and vengeful spirits, ghosts, ghouls, ghasts. And they're out in the world, probably enacting revenge or going after things or whatever it is they plan on doing. But as far as everything else is concerned, you guys were able to stop the plague from spreading. You defeated that demon. And for the most part, you stopped the plot of the family attempting to, well, sell the dwarves to Solheim. So, and instead you're probably going to sell them to Lucy. Who knows? So, the last we left off, a couple of the others came down and kind of let you know that there is a little bit of a commotion going up upstairs. Not anything serious, but a little bit of a question.
Let's go to the commotion.
Yes.
Yeah.
I will unpause. You guys move your tokens towards 14.
Apparently the game's paused.
I have unpaused it.
I can't move
What
my
is
token.
my token?
No. For some reason it's just like, no, you're not going to until you deselect your token.
Yeah,
That's
just wondering.
I just remembered something. Scary is still Princess Carrying Dusk. But then she goes, didn't we forget something in the coffin?
Oh.
We can get him later.
Yeah, fine.
So I think Victor will probably just rip the lid off of the coffin. And
Make sure he
just
can't use his hands.
just drag him like a caveman up the stairs as his head keeps bouncing off the steps.
I was about to say on his feet and the head goes dook, 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 dook.
Dunk, dunk, dunk. That'll keep him unconscious for a while longer, hopefully.
There's a lot of people out here. I think I got everybody.
Okay.
Victor.
I think so.
There's a Victor
Victor.
right there.
Where's the Victor?
I think Roderick is missing.
Oh, yeah, I'll use the old Roderick because I spent some
Okay.
time updating our like lore page. So I found some art online and stuff. So yeah, some of it is out there. Some of
Oh,
it's,
there he is. Yeah.
yeah. So I got the old. But yeah, for the most part, you guys make it up to the first floor, and you're going to see, a couple people, beat up. Some people are bleeding, getting kind of help. A couple of the rivals family, the Darnick Thurham folk are kind of sitting back behind some of the guards. You will see that, of course, there's a lot of blood. We saw the scene. A lot of people just not doing so well. Let's just put it that way. Agrosh, Scari's father, is at the moment speaking to the guards. I'm going to bring him over too. And he sees all of you guys approach. He kind of turns, and you see that he's actually talking to Barrett, who is looks like he's trying to get everyone to kind of like lay down their arms previously, and it looks like most of them, once the faction that was following his uncle started running into the catacombs, they started to put their weapons down once they started losing. But the biggest thing is there are a group of people that you've never seen before in the city. They kind of are just wearing just whatever. But there is one thing that stands out. They're carrying seals of office. So they're showing it almost like a badge to the others as they're approaching, and they're questioning a lot of the people that were involved here. Scar, your father sees you, and he will kind of turn and kind of nod and ask, "How is everything? Are you okay?"
Scary shakes her head and pulls out Kaz's clan dagger.
He'll take a moment. He'll put his head down a moment and sigh and go, "I thought we had longer. I knew he was bad. He must have been hiding it." And then he kind of turns to the rest and go, "It seems like the elder, Thornrum, he's been captured. As you can see, the last step, another thonk, as Victor kind of pulls him up to the last step, and then kind of bowling balls him, slides him in front of everybody. So, Barrett, what say you? He'll look at you, kind of almost asking permission to speak, Scary. He just looked to make sure, he's checking to see if you're okay. He's giving you that look that you used to give him after, you guys get unscuffled with people that used to pick on him.
Scary looks at him and smiles genuinely and nods and dangles her earring with one of her fingers.
He'll sigh and go, it looks like that we've come to a agreement. Our people will stand down, and seeing as that there is no eligible gold mark member for this union, the union shall be annulled. It is an unfortunate and he wants to say something, but he stops himself. And your father Sky goes, yes, it's dishonorable to go back on a deal. I understand. But unfortunately, as I stated, I don't have an eligible daughter for you. Or son, or anyone available for this partnership. At least not officially. And as he says that, you see that they both look at you, Scar.
Can I actually try coming up with something? Because Scary knows dwarf lore in and out, and maybe there's a thing that everybody kind of forgot.
You can.
Let me just check dwarf lore if she, how good her idea is, and if I can actually come up with something. That should be in my skills. Oh, why does that roll public?
Oh, because you have to choose it. But that's fine. Do you want to scrub that and reroll?
We can, yeah.
Okay.
That didn't work either. Yeah, never mind. She's blanking.
Okay. There is kind of like a look back and forth between them before they continue. Lucy is, wiping some of the blood off of her sword. As she looks and goes, it's fine. The deal still stands, though. The Alliance will back the Dwarven families, whatever your decision shall be. You've proven more than sufficient help in dealing with the threat to the city. And the least I can do is honor the word that I stated beforehand. There is a noticeable kind of like smile that's being hidden by your father as he walks over to you finally, and he kind of like gives you a little side hug, and he's like, "Good job."
Doesn't really feel like it at the moment. But we could have done worse. Way worse.
The worst is, the worst is dealt with.
Yeah.
But the biggest thing is that we are now free of any kind of commitments, but also have support of the Alliance. So as soon as Lucy can finalize the deal with the other 5 leaders, we should be good to go.
I mean, the thing is, we've always been big on tradition, but we dwarves also just make things work. That's what we do. And we should stick to that, I think.
He nods. For now, what we need are the supplies so that our people can get back on their feet. Being able to trade efficiently, reduce prices, the taxes and all of that have been going on with the trades, the Imperial blockade, which is the first you've heard of this, by the way. But apparently the Empire has been, paying privateers to kind of deal with any kind of trade to the dwarves. So everybody is just picking on the dwarves to try to force them to kind of make a decision and join a side. And he'll tell you that. He's like, the Empire wants us to fall in line. Solheim wants us to completely unify the rest of the dwarves, the two split halves of the dwarven clans. With all the other alliance that's set still in the middle as a buffer. And it wasn't until we reached out to them that they finally made this deal. So. Anyway. We have some time now to reflect on what's happened and to mourn for our fallen. You'll see Victor kind of straighten up and he goes, it wouldn't be a dwarven wedding without a few cracked skulls.
Gary giggles.
Wikipedia entry number 74.
I actually looked up a lot of them and he's not wrong.
Wait, what?
Listen, I had to trace back a lineage to our clan's founding, and there were actual casualty reports.
I'll keep that in mind for the next time.
Listen, usually it's not this bad, okay? It's like, as he said, a few cracked skulls or broken ribs or a lot of bad hangovers. But yeah, this one's an outlier.
Yeah, this is a bit more deaths than usual. It's not a large amount. You realize that a lot of people, especially once Barrett started to calm people down, and most of the guild and whatnot were measured in their combat. So most people just got, wounded, maybe some broken bones. There were a couple casualties, but compared to what it could have been, this is as good as it's going to be.
Yeah, we did what we could. Like, really, damn.
That's
Also, you did good.
a comforting thought.
Skari hits what's his name, Baron, in the shoulder. Like, one of those hits.
Yeah.
That's how she shows affection, okay?
I imagine
Well-
Dusk is at some point stood up on her own.
Yeah, yeah, not
It's
still
all
Princess
Sky's-
carrying Dusk.
Domestic abuse.
No, Dusk would have started standing on her own.
We are not married.
So? You can't be
Yet.
doing domestic abuse.
So it looks like it seems to be kind of leaving, but there is the question of the individuals with the seals that every time someone are leaving, they'll flash and they'll ask questions. They're interrogating people that are leaving. And you will see that Lucy looks very, very, very nervous at this.
Oh god.
She's pacing back and forth like she wants to say something, but she's not.
You're looking pale, Lucy. Everything okay?
Well, I mean, if you saw what happened not too long ago, that could probably be it.
I'd say you look like you've seen a ghost, but
Yeah.
At this point, a ghost would be better.
It can
Oh,
be arranged.
Please don't.
No.
I think I had enough undeads for a long while.
Yeah.
well, there is a bit of a problem.
Please don't tell me it's a new problem.
It could be not for you guys. You're fine. So
Are we?
I maybe depends.
Oh, don't leave us in suspense. Just say it.
Okay, so you know how I put you all under house arrest and used the guild as a private military force to keep you guys within the city so that I can enact my plan at getting at the Solheim and making sure that they were following under the impression that they had gotten one up on us.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Let me
Yeah.
guess. You didn't discuss that with the other sales, did you?
I didn't.
Yeah.
I mean, if you explain, they'll. I mean, they might not like it, but at least they'll see the reasoning in it, I guess. At least I did, and I was bad. I was thieving.
Oh yes, thanks for explaining this whole situation, by the way.
You're welcome.
I really hate
She'll look and go, okay. Maybe just when they come to talk to you, just maybe pretend you don't know me or something. I don't know.
I don't think they'll fall for that because we're talking right now and they're standing right there.
They're just looking directly at you guys when she said that. And you see her kind of close her eyes, and she looks like she's like meditating, like she's kind of composing herself.
I'd assume you've gotten out of worse affairs. You're fine.
I don't know about that. This was pretty damn bad. What could be worse than this? I could start listing things that happened, but I'm not sure how much they know, and I don't want to do that out loud.
Could be for the better.
Yes, let's just keep quiet for now.
Mm,
As I said, it was not a big affair. Things were done that were necessary, and that's it. That's it! Kicks Lena in the shin.
Ow! You kicked really hard. I got scales there.
That wasn't even hard.
What?
I think you
Um,
might be still bruised from that fall.
Yeah. I need to clean my scales.
Lucy,
Horrified by the rusting.
she'll finally kind of break out of like the nervousness and kind of go, okay, we should be fine. And we have the information on this plague, which is good. So we deal with that. We find a cure or some sort of countermeasure. And the dwarf's problems will be solved. But at least the major one.
Ideally.
Yeah, there's way too less spear around for solving all our problems.
I'm a decent enough alchemist. I just, kind of assume that if no one else has found a cure so far, then I'm not gonna do that much better, but I could try.
Well, I thought you were offering brewing beer.
Oh yeah, I can help with that too. But I'm a little nervous because if I make beer for dwarves, I feel like I'll be held to a really high standard.
Oh yeah, you will be
Really high.
judged.
Yeah, so I better bring up my A game for that. But that's not here and there. Current situation, problems.
Yes, there's problems. And as you're doing that, you're going to see a familiar face walk in and talk to the third faction of guards, the ones that are questioning people. And they will kind of stand at attention as she walks in. And she'll look over to you and give you a smile. You remember her as the waitress from the tavern when you guys first did your first quest, who was
the
the
sunroof.
informant.
The sunroof incident.
Yes.
Oh. Yes, that's a thing.
Dusk just waves back.
She'll step forward and go, well, it's been a while since we've met, but I believe I owe you all. So for that, I'll make sure he doesn't. I'll just make sure you guys are fine.
That's appreciated.
She doesn't really say much. She's very, very vague about that. As you start to hear kind of like in the distance, marching. You're not sure where the marching is coming from, what direction. You can just tell that there's just a decent amount of people that are approaching. As she starts walking, I go, I believe he's here.
Who?
As soon as she says that, Lucy goes pale and go, of course he'd be the first one here. Why wouldn't he be the first one here?
Who is he and why is he bringing an army?
It's not an army.
Likely one of the other sales.
It's not.
Parades?
No. The marching or the thumping sound of people marching in unison it gets really loud until it gets to the front of the cathedral, and it's a single person.
Causing that much noise?
Yes.
Dusk
Goodness
is very
gracious.
curious. Probably gonna hang around you.
As he walks in, the Imperial that you know, Dusk. I'll just flag him. He will kind of smile, like, I guess he has his mask up, so you see his regular face, but he smiles and he puts his face on. And he just starts like, good. All of the like guards, except for Lucy's people and the guild, kind of turn in attention and salute. As the agent that you were working with says, that's him. I believe he has business with someone. Um, you know what? I usually have Borgin read out things. This time I'm gonna have Core read out this. Are you ready?
Yeah.
It's gonna pop up on your screen. But someone goes, "At attention, the Honorable."
He's all neck.
I didn't catch that in time. That was a long title.
That wasn't a title. That was his name.
Yeah, there were like 3 titles in there.
Benedict First Strathier von Eisenwald?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna call him Eggs Benedict.
As he says,
It would be Benedikt Fürst Stadtherr von Eisenwald.
thank you. And those are his titles.
Oh god dang
Yeah.
it, this pompous, annoying.
He is the Guild Minister of Coin and Gate, Warden of the Iron Ledger, and Patriarch of the Gilded Chain.
Oh god.
Oh, of course he's the bureaucrat.
We're getting tax audited after this. That's worse!
He'll walk in. He is a mountain of a man. And he is a man, he is a human, but yes, he is like
A unit.
built. He is a unit.
I'm just seeing Fantasy Kingpin. Is that roughly right?
That's what I was
That is-
thinking about!
That is exactly what he is.
Awesome. That's awesome.
I want everybody to roll a recall knowledge check.
Done.
Oh, this should be interesting.
Well,
I feel like
Dust
that should be
doing-
good.
Dust doing dust things.
That means good, which makes sense because Empire.
Tell us his
Maybe.
complete family tree, 8 generations up.
We'll see.
Recall knowledge.
All right. Scar, you're doing pretty well.
Let's
Lena is busy worrying about cheese. Maria did well.
let's see.
He's worried.
that's
Lena's
weird.
worried about taxes.
On her
taxes on
cheese.
the
Where's
cheese
the
she
map?
makes.
She's in the
Cheese.
clarity of that.
Yeah, she's getting her cheese business taxed.
No!
Where is it?
I'm going to move out the people who's already left.
Oh, that's weird. Where the hell is?
The guild members have already left before he showed up.
Wouldn't want to stay either.
Alonso, as soon as he shows up, you see Alonso basically Batman battling grappling hook out a window and she gets the fuck out of there.
Fair.
Okay,
The
it may have
window
been a
came
while.
through.
I wish I could fly. Again.
But where's the recall knowledge again?
My basic action macros.
Yes.
Basic action. Because that bar is no longer there.
You got to go into configure settings, go into Corelinean AI, and uncheck hide the bar. I don't know why it's by default. I hate it, but that's the thing.
Uncheck.
Just you could just roll a flat d20. You know what? I can do it for you while you look. Is that okay?
Yeah. Okay, that's not it.
Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah,
this is
they refresh.
freaking.
Lena, you don't need that.
No!
okay. Well, I mean, Alex is as aware and knowledgeable of everything as the player is about where basic action macros are. So
I'm trying.
Wow,
Look,
nat
it's
one,
not
huh?
my. Look, I'm trying
Pretty
here.
mean today.
What do you mean today?
So Dusk, when you've entered the city, you've learned about a group They are known as the Gilded Chain. You've known that they exist. You know that they're a thing. You had a hunch that the girl that you helped in the first mission was tied to them. Because the authority upon which she acted and did things. The Gilded Chain is known for a few things. They are private enforcers of the city, specifically under the First Family. They don't wear uniforms, as you could tell by the girl you worked with in the beginning, but they generally carry seals of office, like she flashed you in the beginning. They're trained mostly in law, finance, and discreet violence as auditors and, if need be, executioners.
Oh.
Each member is sworn a blood oath to House First and is expected to collect every debt, monetary or otherwise. They are very, very thorough. As far as you know from Benedict, from what you've heard, where Lucy has a reputation of being manipulative, Benedict is not. But he is a master of the systems and the laws. To others, they see that he wields his bureaucracy like a blade, shutting down warehouses through.
Did rain cut out for anybody else?
Yeah.
Oh, so it
No.
wasn't just me.
I
Am
heard
I
the last
cutting
thing the last thing I heard was through. Like cutting through, that's the last bit I heard.
Oh. Cutting through, I don't. Anyway.
Warehouses?
Oh. Shutting down warehouses through inspection, freezing accounts with a word, weaponizing tariffs against rivals. He doesn't need to threaten, he enforces the rules you forgot existed, is basically what you've gotten from him.
Oh, dang.
That's scary.
Yeah.
Oh no.
And you kind of start to piece together that him and Lucretia are kind of almost like opposite ends of the spectrum in terms of how they handle things. So, unlike Lucretia with her bursts of anger, Benedict punishes through removal, licenses revoked, protections withdrawn, and assets seized.
Oh no.
His vision of mercy is often worse than punishment. He'll allow someone to live, provided they lose everything first.
Oh shit.
But he's not driven by greed, but by continuity. He believes the survival of systems, the preservation of order, and the long-term prosperity of Five Sails. His ambition is to make the city immortal, so long as it follows his design. So he's walking in, and he starts talking to some of the guards. You'll see one of the guild members walk by. He pays them no mind. He doesn't even look at them. And then he'll start walking in the direction of the party, looking directly at Lucretia, who is kind of fidgeting, but like composing herself. She will whisper to you, Dusk, and go, just back me up on this one, or at least try not to make it worse.
I do my best.
Immediately as he's approaching, she puts on her normal face and goes, Benny, it's good to see you. As soon as he says Benny, he gives her this look and goes, it is Benedict. But fine, Benny will work for you. Greetings, friends. I believe we have not had the honor of meeting.
Not yet, Hyder. Not yet, sir.
Just what your operative.
Yes, I've heard many good things from you. From her, sorry, about you.
I'm glad.
So, seeing that there is a bit of a mess here in the city, I had been doing my rounds and had been hoping to come back, but I was out of town. And when that happens, it seems that Lucretia tends to, well, do a little bit more than she should. So, we'll skip the lengthy inquisition and the interrogation and the questions, and we'll just talk. As sentient beings who can speak and maintain conversation, there's no need for formality. I am simply Benedict. Now tell me, what just happened? Lucy's about to speak and he puts his finger up. I said, we're speaking to my new friends. I should have clarified.
Oh boy.
Lucy looks and goes, you know, I don't like when you do that. Remember the last time you did that? And
Oh shit.
he kind of like, he gets a little bit like unnerved for a second and he goes, can we just move on and let me speak to them, Lucy? Or will you need to babysit another group of people? I've already let you deal with the guild. You wouldn't want to, I don't know, lose the guild because, well, according to my... And she's like, okay. You can speak to them. And she pats you on the back and goes, good luck. And then she starts walking towards the front of the church.
Huh?
Wait, huh?
Dusk will step forward just to take the brunt of any ire, if there is any, from him.
He seems pretty chill.
Just in case.
He will again ask, like, so what happened?
Melon.
Give me a breakdown, at least, of what occurred in the last few days since I've been gone.
Well, my group had not long come back from doing a job. We helped some people, met some hags, which was interesting. But yeah, we came back. Got what we needed from the guild as rewards. Lucy needed to speak to us about some sort of agreement with some dwarven families that involved Skari. Again, it didn't go the best, as they were trying to... The dwarven family that caused this, at least what happened downstairs at the cathedral, were trying to force my party member Skari into something I don't believe she wanted to do.
I see.
It was an interesting interaction.
I would say that there are several dozen wounded soldiers, a few dead.
I'm getting to that. So, with us being on necessary she does like the air quotes, like for necessary house arrest when she says that. For one of the dwarves this family brought along could sense emotions, needed tensions needed to be high, so that a plan could be put into place. A strong dislike needed to be had of certain people and parties, and it was deemed that having this happen to us with the arrest was deemed necessary and admittedly effective in the strong dislike coming into hate, as they could not sense the true intent of what was happening behind Lucia's intent.
I see. So what you're stating is that we had a confrontation with Solheim and some Volsung in my city.
Unfortunately. Something else that
And-
was also happening, I'm sorry to interrupt, in the catacombs, the dwarven man, I believe Victor threw along the floor, was trying to unleash some sort of plague. His clan or family seemed to be immune or have some sort of vaccine, and we believe that they were going to try and use that for ransom. We were able to stop him. We were able to put down I think it was a disease demon that he had summoned. And Lucia helped us greatly with that. And it was not the best, but it was what was deemed necessary for the plan to work.
I will tell you something about Lucretia. She's quite fond of creating problems and then
Yep.
selling you the solution.
My lord, if I may interject, I don't think Lucretia is able to start a plot of 2 undercover Solheim Volsung agents allying with the dwarf clan trying to bring a plague upon 5 sails. She has her methods, but I think that's pretty far out even for her, with all due respect.
And this started like a long time ago, didn't it?
I think so, yeah.
The
You do
marriage was set up about a century ago?
Yeah, she wasn't alive.
No.
He
Was
looks and he kind of goes, you do make a good valid point on that one, too.
I mean, matter of fact is, my lord, that the Solheim agents tried something very underhanded in your fine city here.
Yes.
So, the Solheim agents, you mean that stain right there, as there's still that one, like, dead Solheim, the Volsung on the floor, like, and the majority of the dead people here in the cathedral, you mean them?
Yes.
Yes. There are some more
Please
upstairs.
tell me that Lucretia handled this. Were there any any witnesses from Solheim that survived?
I don't think so.
No.
Not the ones that adhere to the ritualistic belief of accusing, if you know what I mean. Those were all silenced.
There was one that fled into the crypts, but I'm pretty sure that one got turned into the fuel.
Yeah,
Yes.
that one got dealt with as well.
He sighs as he looks over to his agent and goes, mark that one down. And she's like, excuse me? It's like, I said mark it down. The Iron Ledger. Mark it down. Skari, make me another recall knowledge check. Dusk, you're gonna get this, but when he mentions that, your father's eyes light up.
Better not be lighting up blue.
No.
Did you need me to roll anything, or?
No, your roll from before. Oh yeah, that's a good roll.
Nice.
So yeah. All right. Yes, you both know and have heard about the Iron Ledger. It's a legendary artifact known as the Iron Ledger, a massive tome bound in steel containing centuries of debts, agreements, and inheritance, and oaths sworn by the merchant houses, criminals, and nobility of Five Sails and this part of the continent. The ledger is said to be magically protected, and only Benedict and his inner circle can open it. Breaking a promise recorded within is considered not just dishonorable, but suicidal. Your father has heard of the Iron Ledger. It puts some of the dwarven Book of Grudges to shame in terms of how detailed it is.
Yeah. That's why Scary would know.
She kind of like the agent scribbles on a piece of paper, and like goes okay, and she writes it down and goes, mark it down that on today's date, Lucretia has done the service of eliminating any witnesses from a potential conflict between nations. The both of them. Who struck them down?
Lucretia.
Both?
Yes.
She made sure to.
Yes. One of them tried to strike. One of them in the crypt tried to strike at us. Was successful on me, and she took offense to that.
Roll me a deception check.
I thought.
Because we all know that Alex killed one.
Yeah, I did.
Oh fuck! I'm not trained. This guy is of.
He has like 3 titles.
Yeah, I was gonna see if I can use my fine clothing for like a +1. Oh, but that's make an impression, not deception.
You can roll and make an impression check to see how much he's liked you when he first came in and saw you. That may affect the DCs. Yes, I will let you do the make an impression because you kind of are. So you can do that first, see where you land, and then roll me that deception check.
Make an impression. There it is. Oh shit! I probably should have made it. Shit.
That's fine. He doesn't seem to be bothered by you at all. You don't think you've impressed him, but he doesn't really seem to.
Show it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here
Now-
goes what's gonna be a flat fucking roll.
Make sure it's blind.
Oh boy, no bonuses, just roll.
He looks at you, and you feel sorry that you lied to him.
Oh,
So you just feel like, if I continue this story, you see him tensing up, and you feel like he's about to like charge you and grab you and shake you for lying to him. He's not. He's not making any kind of violent, and he's smiling. But you just kind of had this image in your head of like him grabbing you and doing the, if you've seen the Avengers movie, what Hulk did to Loki, doing that to you.
Hell yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Hulk smash.
But yes, you feel bad for lying to him. You either can start telling him the truth, or you're just gonna have to stop, and he's gonna ask someone else.
Dusk is just gonna stop.
So you're telling me that Lucy was able to take down 2 Volsung in the middle of a melee, a brawl with all of you, fine and well-trained individuals, and it was just her, conveniently, that killed both. I'm not buying it. You, and he points at Alex, who killed the Volsung.
He's gonna look to the side, to the others, and, well, okay, so perhaps she didn't kill both of them by herself, but she did help slay them. That's for sure.
Okay. Thank you
I
for not
mean-
answering my question. But this is
I
very important.
mean,
I'm trying to watch my words
it,
very
it
carefully.
it was very dark down there, and I couldn't really tell a lot. And I think all the other surviving witnesses would agree. So that
I-
can be as factual as we need it to be.
I don't have dark vision.
Yeah, there was just a lot going on.
Yeah, the undead.
We had our hands full with something else, so, I mean, she probably might have had a hand in dealing with them.
He seems to be really quiet, and it almost is like he might be trembling. He might be angry. He might be contemplating. He might just be vibrating because it's some sort of special power. You see, as his assistant, the agent, is kind of like, "Sir, should we continue? We can always come back to that later. Maybe speak to the creature. Yes." He clears his throat, and then he looks back down at you and he goes, "Fine. Oh, well then. Situation down below has been dealt with. Guards, arrest this man," and he points at the elder who's basically was still unconscious on the ground.
They got
Put him in
bored.
put him in custody for questioning.
So, about the situation in the crypt.
Yes.
I'm imagining you will investigate.
Well, unfortunately, if there's not much left down there, we will investigate. We will make sure we have some of our best to look into the pathogen or the disease. And it was stated, he looks over at Barrett, that your family has some sort of vaccine or is immune, yes? And he looks, he's like, I didn't even, I mean, we just figured it was just something that was happening to the southern clans. It was some sort of disease, and that we were.
Oh my god, he's
He's
an
lucky.
actual idiot. Sorry.
And he looks over and he goes, "Okay, so they kept you in the dark, of all people." And Angro steps forward and goes, "It is believable because they would have kept most of the people in the dark to make sure no one panicked. For the most part, the leaders of each clan family would be aware, and if they noticed signs, would report it to the others of the council. Unfortunately, this young one here, he is still a fresh beard. Barrett kind of like looks over at Scary and gives you a thumbs up. As his father just
Scary
like
nods
your father's talking to Benedict, and your father steps forward, and this dude towers over your father. He's like almost like he's like 7 foot something. And your father is probably like 4'2" or something like that, maybe 4'4".
Yeah, about that.
They're about as wide as each other, but you know.
Both still medium creatures.
Yeah, about the same size as a centaur, really.
I know, right?
Jesus Christ.
So he looks down and he goes, "So you must be Ingrash Goldmark." And he actually like puts his hand out to shake, and your father shakes his hand and he goes, "It's good to see Lord First in the flesh. All of it, actually. A lot more than I was expecting." You realize, Scary, that he's like purposely trying to anger Benedict, and he looks down and he goes, "Lord."
That Scary just doesn't do anything because she knows there's no stopping him.
He goes, "Lord Goldmark, shouldn't you have something to deal with? I mean, with not being able to have a daughter show up for her own wedding, isn't that quite dishonorable for your house?" And your father kind of looks up and he goes, "Yeah, but I can deal." And Benedict will look back to you guys and he goes, "Well, fine. Consider yourselves free from the lockdown of the city. I apologize for Lucy's, well, swift hand. Even if it was a ploy, it still was done in a manner that is unbefitting of someone in our position. I expect that you all would like to, of course, deal with your wounds, mourn your fallen, and deal with your family situation in peace, correct?"
Be preferable.
Well, there is one thing that is for certain. Due to her actions, Lucretia has now forfeited her sponsorship of your group by, of course, denouncing you and by misusing her position. She will be placed under investigation, meaning that she will temporarily not be the prima of the city, leaving a vacancy in that position, at least for the time being, while she is investigated. And in that sake, I would like to offer a provisional position. And he says this, and you see Dusk, as your imperial representative, is like prepping himself to like take this position.
Dusk stares daggers at that emissary.
He's paying no mind. He's busy like talking, and he goes, and I'm sure many people here would be aware of the situation. And yes, I believe it is time that now, with the dwarven clans joining the alliance, and we will set up a position for them, we need to extend our friendship to our northern neighbors. And the agent goes, "Oh, you're going through with this now? Are you not going to wait for the others?" He goes, "No. If Lucretia doesn't, then why should I?"
That
And in
does sound
fact,
better.
he smiles and he pulls out a ledger, and she's like, "Really?" He goes, "No, of course I got their signatures beforehand." So yes, I would like to announce a new provisional prime of the city. And he will kind of open up the his pouch, pull out like a ledger, like a small little scroll,
Mhm.
and he'll hand it to Aldir, who just like he takes his mask off and smiles. Like, "Why, I, I'm so happy for the opportunity. The Empire will be grateful to have some representation in Five Sales. Will do benefit to ally. There are many," and then he goes, many things. Benedict will be like, "Open the ledger before you speak, please." And Elder will open it up and he goes, "It is here that Five Sales proudly nominates the provisional." Wait, what? And his jaw drops and the paper falls to the ground.
Dusk is going to saunter over, pick it up, and read it.
Yep.
It has my
What?
name on it, doesn't it?
It has your name on it.
She will raise an eyebrow at the emissary and just say, "You forget, I am from the Empire as well."
And you see 5 signatures on there, including Lucretia's.
Huh.
Hey, congratulations! Does that?
I'll
No, I am not gonna
figure
ask that yet.
Dusk
This is-
will turn to Benedict and she's not sure of what to do at the moment, but she will stand up straight and smartly if she can, despite the injuries to herself.
He just storms out. Just like, "To hell with this, I'm
Ta-ta.
going to my office."
I'll have to ask that, Fables. Because Fables asked, does Dusk get diplomatic immunity now?
You
Probably
do.
not entirely. Oh shit!
No.
Oh, frick!
Does did
And
nothing wrong
as,
ever.
as Benedict looks down and goes, "Well, as the new prima, provisional, of course, of the
Of course.
city, the investigation of Lucretia, as well as the situation here, falls under your jurisdiction for the time being." It's his way of saying that he's turning a blind eye, but actually by following the laws.
Okay.
So, congratulations. Now, being provisional, of course, you will not have the same rights as one of us, but consider this a step in the direction to see if partnership with the Imperial, or some of the Imperials who would like to come to the city, would be a beneficial thing for us.
I would like to, if that would happen, I would like to be able to check them.
Of course.
But she's actively nervous when she says that.
Now, I have business to attend to, so I will leave you at it. Be well, Prima. As
Thank you,
he
sir.
kind of like starts walking, everyone is like just like staring. What the hell?
I'm okay with this.
If there's a church pew still standing and in what usable condition, she's just gonna sit down on it, and just.
Okay,
Oh,
I
I
just
mean-
want to say I feel very lost right now.
You need to
I'm-
begin somewhere if you're gonna be the king, queen, whatever, monarch.
I am temporarily taking over Lucia's position, provisionally, but
Dusk, you're gonna remember a conversation you had with her in your fake torture session, where Lucy is like, "If I were in the same position, how would you do this?" And you had a conversation. We can flesh that out. We don't have to completely, because I put you on the spot. But you had a conversation where she's like, "I think you would do good in this position. Don't you agree?"
I can't say for certain, but I would do my best for the people.
And then she smiles, and that was like the flashback. And you realize, oh, wait, she planned this.
She told you.
God, is there anything that she doesn't have planned?
The agent goes, like,
I can name a thing.
that means she'll be under house arrest. All she's gonna be able to do is just read. Like, she's gonna run out of books and stuff. And you all recognize, like, wait a second, if Lucretia was the prima of the city, she'd be too busy to actually study what's going on with the plague. Now she has all the time in the world.
Just give her the right books and she might be able to help. That was out of character.
She basically put all of her responsibilities on you temporarily while she studied what was happening.
Oh wait, you're not gonna be
Oh.
stuck doing bureaucracy now, right?
That's
Yeah,
what I was
no.
curious about.
Currently, I don't know. I'll figure that out.
Oh, I mean, if you need a dragon to abduct you, tragically, you know who to call.
I don't want the city after you, Lena.
No, they can try.
Speaking of abducting, we're gonna stop here for now for a quick break to stretch
Goodness
be-
gracious.
and let you guys process, figure things out, and then we'll deal with setting up for what happens next.
Okay.
So let me know when we're on break.
Yeah.
We
Sounds
You
good.
still haven't answered my question, Ryan.
What's the question?
What's the best cookie?
Chocolate chip.
Yes! In all your faces!
I don't know.
Right.
I ain't
Yeah.
said shit.
I like
I'm
both.
not
Why are you
not
why are
arguing
you,
against that.
why are you so happy over an opinion? What's going on?
Wait,
Because
who were you arguing with about this? Because it wasn't me.
No,
It wasn't me either.
Just wanted to point out the superior cookie. That's about it.
so oatmeal raisin.
Anyways, game.
No!
How about game?
Are we back? Okay.
Yeah,
Like,
game.
Yes, we have
Game.
him back.
Game.
I'm trying to just steer this card to the damn
Cookie debate.
Oh wait, I got
away
this.
from that.
So-
Long
what's-
live the queen!
What's
Long
this
live
gonna
Queen
do about
Dusk!
this cookie debate happening in?
No, we're not dealing with the cookie debate.
Dusk would, if Lena actually started doing that, she would like stand up and just put her mouth over her hand over Lena's mouth.
She will start a
Yeah.
No, she
cheese
would say
debate.
queen, but she would say something like Lady Dusk, and then do that. Like, oh hey, Lady Dusk.
Yeah. Just with a small slapping sound, but nothing damage worthy.
Oh, I'm not wrong.
Shush.
I mean,
She pulls out Eclipse, is like, don't tempt me.
Damn, this
so,
goes French Revolution fast.
wow. Holy shit.
5 minutes, all it took.
You know, I have told myself I'm giving the French 5 years before I make fun of them because of Claire Obscure. I saw that one video. They're like, hey, I'm supposed to hate the French. Nothing against the
yeah.
French if you're a French viewer, by the way. But see, the guy was like, I'm supposed to hate the French, but this game is so good, so I'm gonna give them 5 years of me not messing with them.
That's quite generous, though.
It's funny.
Was that person British saying that?
I think he was either. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think he was British. Yeah.
Who made
Makes
that
sense,
stream?
because yeah,
They're intro.
long-standing rivalry, which I don't fully understand.
The developer
Like-
is English now.
What, Claire Obscure? Then no, it's a French
Yeah,
studio.
based in London.
True, but it's like a bunch of.
No, this is funny. Look, I have French family, I get to enjoy this. We're gonna make a game with a superior setting. France. Anyway, well, we're going back to podcast topics instead of game.
This is amazing.
Oh.
So he leaves, and you see as several of the guards who were there, as you look over towards them, Dusk, and they salute you.
That is gonna be weird.
Stand
again,
down as you were. It's like as separate orders, but said in the same sentence.
Lena makes like an elaborate bow. Like she's going with this.
The guards look at each other and they're like, "Wait, are we standing down or as we were? Because
don't-
if we were as we were, we weren't standing down." But
I'm figuring this out as I go. Okay.
I think you should just say at ease.
At ease with a finger gun because she's stressed.
as soon as you say Eddie, they all like go, "Oh, jeez," and they kind of calm down and they're like, "Okay."
Sorry.
So wait, can you just command them to do anything now?
We're
Calm it,
not-
Lena.
We're
Calm
not
No.
mindless puppets. We can hear you.
No, I'm just wondering, like, what's your contract look like? Do you have dental? Because this could be a good place to start, making some good changes.
I don't even know if I have the power to do that because I'm basically on probation.
I mean,
Yeah,
who'd vote
provisional.
against that? Not them.
Uh-oh.
Wait, do we vote?
I need to learn the politics of this town.
I don't know either. I'm kind of used to there being a pharaoh and there was no voting there.
You need to know where the good taverns were, and 5 sales I got you. Otherwise, well,
mean, I
most
guess this would be
experience I
good
got with
practice.
politics was my dad basically being some sort of protector slash adventurer guild head. That's all I got really.
I'm shamelessly plugging as one of the guards goes, you know where's a good way to learn about your laws and legal things and have people that might help you learn that? The library.
Yeah, I gotta go there
to.
anyway. Got a lot of
I-
things to look up.
I need to sleep first.
You're probably going to want an advisor of sorts or something to help you out. Since I doubt you're going to be chained to the city. I know none of the primes are ever here, except for whatever reason, Lucretia seemed to be here for a while, but now we see why.
I'll have to figure that out.
Does Ghostwriter count as an advisor? He's good with advice.
Well, he's not staying here.
He could. Just gotta leave the book.
Yes, I don't think he's gonna leave my person.
There's
That's true. He likes you.
there was
I
going to
highly
be an
doubt it.
agreement. But yeah, you guys are now basically freed up. Angros is going to, gather the Goldmark family, and he's going to go to his camp. He's going to tell you, Scary, that before they head back, they're going to finalize some of the details, but it is almost guaranteed that the dwarves will be joining the alliance. So they will be part of the Free Trade Alliance. He
There's-
he jokingly says something, but then he looks over to your uncle, and then your uncle goes, "Be careful." He goes, "They might appoint her as the next provisional leader of the city."
Wait, what?
That's your father. It's like, don't worry about that. You're fine.
Can I sense motive on that? On that just interaction between those two guys?
You could.
I'm going to. Shall I have it be a blind GM roll?
Yes.
Go dice, go!
Well, yeah. You
If
you realize that since you're provisional and 5 cells is the capital, there is a possibility that with the dwarves being officially, the kingdoms being officially added to 5 cells, that they may get representation in the city. So the joke was how randomly, well, not so random, Dusk was appointed. There's always a chance that there's someone representing the dwarves that could be appointed, and since Skari is now in the city, they were joking about Skari being the one that would be appointed. It was kind of like a jab that your uncle did because he didn't think you could do it, but it's also kind of like he also was like, you're the best choice type of a thing. So it was kind of like he's complimenting you, but also making fun of you at the same time.
a backhanded compliment. Sort of. Yeah.
So, provisional dusk.
Yeah.
Scary
Think we'll be
goes.
able to go back to our manor?
I do believe so.
Cool.
Oh,
That's
doing
all
that.
I needed to hear.
I
Um,
still want to check something out, but you can go ahead.
yeah, I still have things to do as well.
I got a few people to chat up with, as promised, but I'm definitely crashing out.
Understandable.
And, Dusk.
Yes.
He's gonna walk over and give her a hug.
She'll hug him back.
I'm glad you're right.
I am too.
Please don't pull anything like this.
I will do my best to.
That goes for you too, Scary.
Thanks.
Honestly,
I
my
get-
heart was racing through the roof here.
Yeah. The worst part was not knowing.
Yeah, sorry about
sorry.
that, but kinda not.
Yeah, no, I get why, because you're right, I would have burst in at the first chance, and that would have been too soon, and I get it. Just, if you ever lock me in a jail, please put like a mattress and the blankets, and some company.
Yeah, I'll do my best to.
It was also quite inconvenient how my time abilities gave me some information on your situation.
I mean,
Oh,
that might have been because maybe your future self has more control over your time abilities and retroactively showed your past self exactly what you had to see to make the whole thing believable.
Oh no, oh no. Lena, stop the train of thought now.
What? Why?
That
You're not gonna
concept
stop
gives
if
me
you
a
get.
bit of a headache.
You hear scribbling in a book. It's the book. Ghostwriter's writing all this down.
See, he gets it.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's what I
what? So
figured.
what? So I'm expected to do this in the future?
I
Yeah.
mean, but
Yeah.
you let me think about how the how the time would be on that in common. You would have had achieved these skills and knowledge to do that by then. I think that was correct. Okay.
It's
Nice.
like that one story of that famous time make, but I forgot his name. Basically, he learned time magic because he would have learned time magic in the future and then told his past self.
Which is a paradox we're not getting into.
Time magic.
timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly.
That's what that book said, I think.
Don't
was
tempt
written
me.
by-
I will throw weeping angels at you.
Oh
was
God,
written-
no!
It was written
Please,
by a
no.
doctor, I think.
Oh God.
Who?
Who?
Yeah, I think that was the name.
Awful.
We are definitely facing weeping angels
We're
now.
gonna die.
Oh my god. Please
Yeah,
make
that's
Awful.
please make Doctor Who a Matt Smith pilled owlkin. I want to see that.
Oh my God.
Oh my
my
god. That's a good. Yeah, good. That's a good time.
Anyway, my next D&D character. Moving on.
I mean, Fast played an Owlkin before, it was fun.
If we do
yeah.
if we do that, and I get to play, I'm playing a ranger with what is it? Titan wrestler with an Australian accent who wrestles alligators.
Blimey.
Yes.
Also, oh god, pop culture characters are so stupid and fun. To get back to the series, Skari would still seek out her dad for some more things to discuss.
Yeah, they would have gone down, gotten Kaz, what's left of Kaz, and brought him to the camp for a small little ceremony, which I'm sure anyone who here would be welcome to join.
I
definitely
feel
would.
like I should be there.
We all should.
Well,
Yeah.
I need to catch up with some old friends.
You'll see as Odessa's like points towards them and goes, "No, join them. We'll be here when that's done." So,
All right.
well, we'll skip the sad ceremony part. There's enough trauma as it is. It's simple.
Yeah, Scary would be ugly crying the whole thing.
Yeah. It's simple. Everyone is kind of, in respect kind of standing. You will see like Victor there as well. You will see one of the gentleman who was in the cage with you, Dusk, that was faking being the one that was getting tortured and helping you. That you're in. He's there as Lucy's representative since she can't be there.
Fair.
You will also see Benedict. He actually will kind of be standing in the distance with a couple of his guards, in reverence and respect. Of course, after the ceremony's over, Angrosh will kind of speak to him a little bit more. They'll shake on some things, and it looks like they just finalized a meeting to make sure that the Dwarves Hell will officially join the Alliance. They will maintain all, from what your father said, they will maintain all of their rights. They'll have basically be able to rule their part of the kingdom as they see fit. The only thing is that they will now have access to Alliance resources and will have to send representatives to vote on certain things and kind of have some say on some of the changes on the Alliance. They just kind of have to participate. That's the only thing the Free Trade Alliance asks. And then Lucy made sure that there will be supplies being sent out, food, water, things that are needed to help some of the towns that are struggling due to, again, most of them leaving for Solheim over the last few hundred years, as well as many of them now being sick. So, you guys may hit the rest button. You guys may rest to full, get rid of your drain, because we have downtime. Since not much will be done.
So much to do.
So much to see.
So I know there was, you said you had something to do as well as Lena. So if we want to get to that, what you guys wanted to do, I'll go around and see what you're doing immediately after you guys have split up temporarily after the wedding. So who would like to go first?
Shall we roll for it?
Might be the easiest.
Yeah, everybody roll a flat d20 and we'll go around from highest to lowest.
Yeah.
Well, looks like Lena is first.
Okay. She would actually stay in the crypt for a while, trying to figure out something she's been feeling down there that she thinks might have been related to the shades moving about.
Okay. You go at first for the first day, and you realize that you're not really feeling much at the moment, but you're connecting to something, and there's this urge to come back. And over the next few days, as they've cleaned up and whatnot, you've kind of gone back down. And at a certain point, you will kind of see and feel a connection to it, to the shadow. Quentin is going to warn to be careful not to go too deep, but that you can tap into this because Toot has been weakening because he hasn't been tapping into a source of power for a while. It's also a way to make sure that this is sealed and you essentially absorbing it so that there's no lingering shadow presence here.
Well, that's what I started during the fight, so I'll be careful.
You recognize that at some point you feel a connection with the shadow, and the shadows start to kind of like swirl around your hands, and then they catch fire. And you look down for a moment and you're like, wait, what just happened? And you realize that with time, downtime specifically, you may be able to tap into your impulses to give yourself the illusion of casting spells.
Yeah, I'll need a lot of practice for that.
Yeah, it is going to be more than likely something with the overflow tag, but allows you to essentially cast spells, which then will proc with anything in feat and anything that says cast spell while still using your impulse.
Hell yeah.
But you're kind of tapping into the shadow and you're just kind of like sitting there meditating, and you're in one hand there's fire, in one hand there's shadow, and they're twirling and whispering around each other as you're starting to kind of find some sort of a middle ground to control your power. You realize that what Toot said was correct. There are places of power in the world, places of shadow and dark, of the elemental planes, that with your presence being close, your unique situation, that you can reach into those planes and you can pull sources of power from. It'll take research and learning where these places are, but you'll slowly start to recognize when people mention, oh, this is going on, you're like, that might be a place of power.
I kind of do need to keep track of that because over time, Dude will need this again.
You feel that what's going on is Toot is getting stronger, and at some point, maybe strong enough to be on his own, which at that point might mean you guys separate. And what happens then, who knows? You might fight again, or you might go your separate ways.
Yeah, last time he got out, I started feeling really, really drained.
Mm-hmm. But this power is power you're tapping into yourself as well. So you have an inkling that maybe potentially, and it could be completely wrong and a trap, but potentially you can steal your soul and strong enough so that it can actually withstand separating and be free of the voices of in your head. You know.
That would be nice. I mean, no offense, but like, I need to patch myself up. And honestly, at this point, she wouldn't even mind if they stayed afterwards, but she wants to be whole again to the degree that that's possible. Because she feels like a dragon soul is kind of a big deal. At least she's always been told it is with all the stories and all. Because she's not an expert on it, but
Mm-hmm.
she feels like she's missing pieces at this point, and she would very much try to rectify that. She might actually pop in with Lucia if she's doing research to see if she finds anything that's relevant. Because the plague demon definitely seems to have some connection or another that might be worth exploring.
Absolutely. So definitely, you will have that time, and you will see that while your soul is temporarily anchored to fight against the plague, there is now a layer of protection around it that makes you feel even more connected to this plane and protected. So for the time being, because you've sought this place of power, you've bought yourself more time.
Okay, that's all we can ask for. For now. Gonna ask for more down the line, but they'll take efforts, and she feels a little better after that. It's a little bit double because it's still not. She's still not entirely sure how to feel about it, but it seems to work in the short term at the very least, and that's as good as it will get.
Nice.
She'll probably have some, how do you call it? She'll need some time to herself after this, and she'll probably do that as she cleans up from the fights in parts. Because the whole resting thing definitely shook her to her core.
Mm-hmm.
But with everything that's happened, and honestly, with what Quentin has done for her, she'll be fine. She'll get through it. She'll move on.
You will get one other thing. So make sure that these are written down and then DM me so I can actually make sure I import them correctly. So the spell thing, but also you will be tapped into the energy that Toot was a part of, which is directly related to the five sales. So you will be almost like a radar for the five.
Huh.
You might be able to feel them when they're close.
That will come in handy.
Yeah.
At the very least, they can't ambush us easily that way.
At least unless they start to learn to mask. So, because they are also, Toot will kind of say that they were a lot stronger than he was, because the things that they were doing, he couldn't feel it. There's this sense of like confusion. It's not in words. You're feeling this. He's thinking it, and that's why you're thinking it as well. So there's
Maybe because he was
definitely
separated at some point, because he was under the library and stuff here.
Mhm.
With that light being, which probably had some effect or another, polar opposites and all. Even though they seem to get along fine enough to murder us.
But yeah, that's what you'll do, at least for the initial couple days.
Gotcha. Thanks.
All right, and next will be Skari.
Yeah, Scary hasn't let go of a certain clan dagger for the whole affair until they're back at the manor. And then she locks herself in the manor's forge for a day at least. And
Okay.
I'll actually, I want to roll some things.
Go for it.
Because she's smithing some things.
We all know what that roll was.
You don't know, or oh,
It popped up on my screen.
Oh, yeah, okay. I mean, it's a simple item, so
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
but I do have to do some more. So basically, what you hear is really just forge noises for more or less the whole night. I'm sorry for everybody who sleeps near the forge. And you would actually notice that the forge is really hot. Maybe hotter than it should be, healthily. But that's how Skari plays it this time. And she's making 3 items specifically. That I'll have to look up real quick. Give me a second. Yep.
Hero point?
No. That's exactly what I thought. What I wrote would happen, but I just wanted to roll for fun. I actually want to know if it checks out. And the third one.
I'll put it in open chat. The Chronica page that has the NPCs and where you can start adding your characters and all that. So.
But yeah, what happens is Skari comes out like next about midday, and then she just heads into her room and isn't seen for another day. And the third day you see her looking actually kind of rested, and her left arm is bandaged.
Okay.
And the rest I will go into when the party's meeting up again, because there's things she has to do with everybody present.
Fair.
Sounds good. Next up, Maria.
Hi.
So, what is Maria doing?
Maria still wants to help out Sky's dad and find a cure for the disease. So she's gonna do some more research, probably in the library. She started in the library.
Yep. You and Angros frequent the library, as he does come regularly with you. And he becomes quick friends with Cornelius as they bond over stories. The collection of books here is impressive, but the dwarves also have their share of literature. And he's willing to kind of work with him to kind of share and exchange. But they also sit down and start to talk about the disease. And they mention one thing in particular that stands out, Maria.
Okay.
The disease is kind of like a wasting disease. So any kind of like magical or divine healing sort of like doesn't work. Any healing of that sort, and it gets to the point where they wither and waste away, to the point where their brain and their organs start to waste and they start to lose faculties, become more feral, etc. They start to that's part of the general progression. The description of it, when they sit down and start having a conversation, there is one point of the conversation that strikes you, because they describe an incident where they brought in kind of like a healer in the onset of the plague to attempt to heal one of the more like advanced plagued dwarves, and almost word for word verbatim, they're describing as if they were there when you were trying to cure that one orc from your clan. The reactions, the way things worked, the what happened, the things that were described were almost identical. And with the roles from before and what we did speak about, you realize that disease is not just happening in the dwarven lands. That person you tried to heal had the same disease.
Can I do like a recall knowledge or something?
Yeah.
Remembering if there were more orcs with similar symptoms.
Go for it. That orc was unique in a sense. Not unique. Um, that's not the way I want to say it. So that orc that you attempted to sail to help, he came from sailing. He actually was a part of a crew. Remember when I mentioned that Solheim were hiring privateers and whatnot to harass the dwarves? He was one of them, and he wasn't alone.
So
And there's one thing that you haven't done in a long time, Maria. You haven't checked back with your tribe and your people.
I haven't.
So you don't know what's happening over there.
Chances are it might be spreading. I need to see if it's contagious.
When that's said, just so I can bring the map out. You guys know the clan is down south here in the south corner. You're from the exiled tribes over here. That's the complete opposite side of the actual continent.
That would be the case. This problem might be more severe than we thought.
Upon learning about that, immediately we need to let people know. If it's gotten that far, we need to figure out how it spreads.
Yeah, we do. A lot of lives are on stake.
And it seems to target people that, well, it seems to target directly the healing people receive.
We might
Divine
get
and
worse
magical healing.
by accident, without knowing.
I don't think we've had any effect on it yet. But yes, it could be worse.
Oh, that's one thing I know.
You stated that your friend Lena died, correct?
Yes, she did.
and it came after her aggressively. Resurrection magic and the magic to bring people back from the dead, while not common, isn't entirely impossible. There are many people that have gone to the brink and back. This could be bad.
Well, my type does not like my way of healing him.
Then let us pray to whatever gods they pray to that they are faring better than we have. We should send word to the Council of Five Sails to see if they can get some sort of message out.
That would spread things faster. But we don't have anything to give them. Like, we don't have any knowledge on how it spreads. But we know divine healing is making it worse.
Good idea. Kingdoms to see if we can reach out to some of them established researchers. Healers of sorts. So and he kind of pats you on the back as he goes, I'm going to go discuss this with my clan and let them know what's happening. If we can provide any information to the city that should help with any kind of research, we'll make sure that that's sent immediately. And he walks out with that horrifying revelation.
Back to the study table.
Anything else you would like to do before we switch to who's next?
I think later on I would like to have some help of Lena with some experiments.
So
Can do.
that'll be what happens when you guys meet back up.
Okay.
All right, enough with the ominous.
Do.
We might go back to it depending on what Dusk is doing. So Dusk, you spent about a week just in bed, just like ugh.
Or she would have
But,
tried to spend time where possible in the library. And like a
Oh, yeah.
morning doing that thing I sent you
That's-
a couple of things about.
Oh yeah, this is true. This is true. You're not completely in bed because you can't. You get in bed. You recognize. Oh, there's so much minor things like a guard coming up and be like, okay, so Miss Johansson is angry at Mr. Fuller because he claims that he purchased that watermelon and the price was 2 copper higher than what is priced in the after. They're like really stupid squabbles that you're just sitting here like, really? You guys aren't adults? You can't figure this out? You're kind of patrolling the marketplace, and every time you see a guard, your natural instinct is to hide from them because they probably have something that they need you to help them with.
When she isn't doing that, she'll be at the library heavily studying the laws and politics of Five Sails. Just to try and get a better understanding of what she should do in different situations.
Cornelius kind of is helping you out, going over some of the ins and outs of the politics, the etiquette, and whatnot. You will see that Maria and Angrosh are also regular here, but they're going to a different section, the medical section, as you're in the
Political.
law. Yeah, you're in the political section. As he's sitting there, and he's kind of like, okay, pay attention. So, normally, what happens when a representative of the state comes in, you need to make sure that there are 2 forks here, one knife here, spoon in this position. Make sure that this, because their clan is very. He's like trying to go over like all these little basics, and most of it is like you're daydreaming through it, but you're reading through as he's like just explaining.
I imagine some things Dusk already has a bit of knowledge about from just being from the Empire and all that. So that there's some bits she knows, some bits no because she wasn't taught that. But she does try to take notes, whether actually writing them down or just mental notes.
Yep, and you will hear something at some point with Maria and Angros having a conversation, being a little bit like more serious, and they both kind of go their separate ways. Before Angros kind of walks up, talks to Cornelius a bit, and then he heads out, and he kind of comes up to you, and he goes, "Well, Dusk, it turns out that plague might be spreading on the continent. The symptoms and what they stated are similar to an experience that Maria experienced out west."
Okay. That's good to know.
We're gonna need more knowledge. We're gonna need healers, people with the ability to research. You don't happen to know anyone in the Empire that
They
is
are
any
not
kind of
the biggest fan of me, if I'm going to be honest.
don't. How convenient it would be if you just had a plague doctor that was a friend of yours that you could call upon, but
I'd see if I could find her, but going directly at the moment would not be the easiest. I would have to see if I can send a message to her.
And who's this?
Friend.
Do you have a name?
Out of character, I've forgotten her name because I'm really bad with names. It's never intentional. I'm just shit with names.
It's okay.
She was a doctor, but you don't remember who.
Dusk has a sudden urge to slap Lena.
What? She has done
No.
nothing wrong ever.
Sudden urge.
Yep.
Oh, if you're talking about the Lord's personal assistant,
Yes.
doctor,
Lord Rest Goit. Goit? How do you pronounce that?
it's a strange name.
Guillot.
Guyot.
En français,
Yeah.
c'est Guillot.
It's French.
Wait, like the cheese?
I don't know what she's named like that, but it wouldn't surprise me if one of them is named like that.
Yeah.
But yes, just to kind of put it in chat. Yes.
Yeah, like the cheese.
And
She's Googled it.
Dr. Andriel.
Yes. Dr. Andriel.
And Lord Guyot.
I need to check in on those two anyway.
There's the Lord, his actual picture that I found on something I found online I like, and there is Andriel, And was another one because this one's cool. So
Yeah.
it's like, well, that's a start.
Yes.
We can write to them.
Yes, I intend to. I just need to figure out the proper ways of doing that. Because I'd rather not
With a
do
pen.
things
Well, why not?
legally. The ghost of
Why not?
Lena.
Why not write to them as a representative of 5 sales? Those will go through perfectly fine. The Empire wants to get in good with the 5 sales, so they won't really make much of a fuss.
True.
So he kind of goes, well, once you decide to do that, I'll send that out for you.
Thank you.
He nods. You also can do the other thing you were asking.
I kind of asked you 2 different things. Like one with the clothes and the other thing with the fucking the shale charger shit I still have. I would like which I would like to sell to the appropriate person.
Yes, you can mark yourself. How much is the value of it on there?
I don't know. I don't know if I ever marked it down. Just that it's expensive.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
think you
shit.
ever gave it value. It was just
Yeah, in my notes, shale charger lump of shit equal sign expensive. All I have in my notes.
I will I will place it in the stash. Is it still in the stash?
I don't know if there was ever a proper item. I just had it as a note in the notes section of my character sheet, and because I don't even know which tab it would be under. Hopefully not consumables.
No, you're fine. Yeah, if that no, let's not think about that. But you get a good 500 gold for it.
For hell yeah.
damn. That's not shit at all.
Mm.
I meant visiting a certain person. You mentioned that earlier.
Oh yeah. Visit her for some tea and then just some advice on what I should do or shouldn't do.
Okay. You can move yourself over to the location.
Ding dong.
Door opens. Oh, that's way too ominous.
This isn't the first. No. Not again.
Oh
Then,
god, trauma.
Trauma.
Trauma. Door opens. There are guards outside. They kind of look at you and they nod. Prima. These aren't guards under your command. These are actually under Benedict.
Fair.
But they still, bow and will nod.
Yeah. She gives a nod back. I'm just here to talk with her, in case you need to report back.
Understood.
And she will go in and guessing she'll find Lucia in her office.
No, she opens the door.
Oh shit, okay, fair enough.
Because she basically goes, well, as part of being under house arrest, that means that all of my servants are now on paid vacation.
Ah.
So, and she will say it this way, gasp, I have to open the door. I have to walk around and make my own tea.
At least you can make it the way you like it. Exactly.
You're pretty sure she's always done that anyway. So just make
Yeah.
a big fuss about it.
Yeah, she'll just walk in and just start a conversation just about what she should do as a provisional primo. Like what not to do. Aside from piss off people like Benedict.
Yes, it's best that if you're speaking to Benedict, you just tell him the truth. He is actually a lot more understanding than people give him out to be. But if you do anything that would harm the city or the people or its legacy, you will have someone very large and very fast chasing after you.
Good to know.
And I don't even think he'll need to do anything. He could send, well, his personal army. Not to say that that's a bad thing. I have one as well. And I also have very good close connections to the guild, but we're not here to talk about semantics. So, I've been doing a little bit of research in the last few days. I have an idea.
About? And she'll like start making her own cup of tea so they can just have a good old natter about her findings. That was
Well-
so British, Jesus Christ.
Perfect.
Get the crumpets. Special occasion.
She's gonna be like, yeah, yes, dear, help yourself. So,
And just does.
they said that I couldn't leave the house. Which is fine. I understand. But they never said anything about leaving the plane.
Excuse me?
Cornelius came by and brought me a book. And she slides a book. It looks like, I guess, almost like a Necronomicon. It looks evil as shit.
She's gonna put her hands together, like 2 fingers up on each hand, just clasped in front of her mouth, and she's like, Usha, this book looks evil as shit. You know that, right?
Oh, it is. Absolutely is. You see, this book has ways to contact devils.
Okay.
She better not be contacting the goddamn cheese demon.
But the
You
demon, ghost leader, not a devil. So,
Okay.
I figure with this, and due to my interesting past, I do have a connection, an inn. I've heard about something interesting.
Go on.
Have you ever heard about the pandemonium?
Would you like me to do a recall knowledge?
You may.
I will. Done.
You're not sure. You're kind of like drawing a blank.
Just shrugs and shakes her head.
She'll flip the book open, and she'll turn it to a page, and she'll point. It's like the pandemonium. It is a conference of the archdevils of the plains of hell, upon which they delegate and discuss topics, and they vote on demands and whether or not they will well, accept or refute or support someone's proposal. It's generally exclusive, mostly to the archdevils themselves and anyone that they've taken a liking to, which includes the guests.
Okay.
I have a friend. She says that and she kind of like sighs. Who is a regular at the Pandemonium?
Okay.
She also is in a similar position as me, as one of the leaders of her own city. She knows a way to get invited. She has an and one, if you would say. And generally, the meeting, according to her and the book itself, there is a lot of legality. There's order. There is no fighting within the halls of Pandemonium. So it is generally safe, as long as you don't make any deals with the archdevils themselves. I figure being one of the devils deals a lot with plagues, and they might take a vested interest when souls that they would so love to torture and feed just disappear. That maybe, yes, maybe, just maybe, I can get them to give me some information on this plague, whatever they may have drummed up. The thing is, though, in the plane of hell, time works differently, so I don't know that one afternoon to go in to sit in a boring council and watch the archdevils yell at each other for a few hours would mean that I'd be gone for a day or a month. Hence why you need to cover for me.
Is
And then
it
she
part
did.
of the reason why you made me the primo? Or
She's like,
probationary?
ta-da!
And she just face palms.
So, I'll be pulling a little bit of a disappearing act. And when I come back, I'll hopefully have information. And not an army of archdevils chasing after me.
I'd rather not have to help deal with that.
It'll be fine, she says as she sits down. Sips her tea. In the most British way possible.
Yep, fair.
The pinky goes up.
Hey, the ghost of Maria's here too.
Huh?
The ghost of Maria is also in this meeting.
Yeah. No, I'll talk about the British way possible. So.
She'll look at you and she'll say, I know it's reckless. Which is exactly why I'm doing it.
I have nothing to retort to that.
Not even a word of concern. A be careful, you could get hurt. I will miss you if you were gone. She says this so sarcastically.
One, that goes without saying. Two, I don't know if I'm quite ready yet, if something does go wrong, to be the full primo. I don't know if I'm ready.
Call it a hunch. And she looks at her hand. And she kind of makes the same motion that she made when she grabbed the sword out of the air. Your mother's sword.
Yeah?
I just have a good feeling about you.
Okay.
It also pisses off Adair, which is quite amusing. Mr.
Yeah,
Vallet
Mr.
was very upset. I wish I was there to see it.
Oh, it was glorious. He practically had a tantrum on his way off.
Frankly, he's only tolerated here because he is a outward rival of some of the higher ups in the Empire. He'd most likely be dead if he were up there. And that makes him interesting because that means that he's not working in their interests. So, while yes, it is fun to piss him off, he may also be a very useful tool. I mean, ally. Yes, ally. That's what I meant.
Of course.
She sips her tea when she says that.
Dusk does after she says, of course, in response. I might need to go see if I can somewhat smooth things over with him. And just, I think, talk. Just generally.
It is due to this that I believe it is time for you to actually take on your role
Which
in a more
one?
serious manner.
Which one at this point?
She looks and she goes, well, you're like me. And people like me, we like one thing. To investigate how things work.
True.
So, before I leave for the next few days, I'll teach you everything that I know in terms of the art of investigation.
That would be incredibly useful.
She kind of leaned back and goes, huh. Usually this is where people start to like run away and start being extremely terrified that they're having to work with me in a more in-depth manner, but
You've not seen what happens with subjugation stones in the Empire.
The name alone. Could they
Yeah.
make it any less obvious? But anyway.
It's all sunshine and rainbows up there. From what the citizens say. Anyways. To more fruitful endeavours.
Yep, you have new bonus feats.
Ooh.
Oh, I need to make a quick adjustment. Oh no, yeah, you're good. Actually, it's right. Yep, you have them both. I do need a quick adjustment here. Because those can'ts are now cans. Which
Great
also
cat.
means so hold on. Dusk. So I will link it. So you do have the investigator dedication.
Mm-hmm.
which means you can start pulling from investigator feats. You do not have to get the 2 to get anything else for this one. This one is just a free one that you get.
Uh-huh.
You get a modified version of investigator stratagem where it says you can. It's supposed to say you can't, but I've made it you can use your intelligence modifier in place of strength attacks, which generally doesn't benefit you, except for the athletic strategist part, where you can now use your intelligence instead of your strength for strategic moves to do these.
Very nice.
So you can now disarm, grapple, reposition, shove, and trip using your intelligence modifier,
Rather than strength.
which rather than strength.
And
which
I
will
have
get you-
graceful leaper for long jump and high jump.
Yes.
Oh
So
boy.
that'll open you up to a lot of interesting strategic things. She will say, I can get you in connection to a specific investigator that I've worked with in the past. And she could probably help you in your downtime as well, learn how to be a better investigator. Which is completely meta above board. It's just someone that you know that also plays an investigator that you can use to help because you not give investigator crap. So just letting you know.
I think I know who you're talking about.
Possibly.
And Dusk will respond, that sounds incredibly useful.
He's also from the same city that my friend is from, so... Anyway.
Good to know.
Oh, that's good. And she sees that you finish your tea. And she, grabs your cup and, starts putting it away. Then she'll look at you. Now get the fuck out of here before they start asking too many questions.
Okay. And she'll get up and just exit and leave.
And before the door closes, I expect you back tomorrow. And then she tells you a time, and then you just did close the door on her.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Cool. All right. That'll be your little
Ish.
downtime. Who next?
Alan.
Oh, last but not least, with the 3. Alex, you
Is he
still
with
with
us?
us?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Alex?
Mm-hmm. Well,
Yeah.
with his day off, he will be doing as promised. Meeting up with Odessa was her name, if I recall, right?
Yes.
Yep. Meeting up with Odessa to catch up with the rest of his old group.
She'll meet you kind of towards the edge of the town, one of the gates, and you realize that they have a little bit of a camp out near one of these little theaters. I'm gonna move her up here, directly north of your position.
All right.
It's like a stage thing with some seating and whatever, and you see that they've been entertaining, playing music there and whatnot. She kind of brings you over, and you see that they haven't changed much. Normally, musicians play, and then people give them tips. Not your group. They play music, and they give the people money. Especially because they're playing in one of the more impoverished parts of the city. They're going around, checking people, fixing things, doing some handiwork, one lady's roof was leaking, so you see an old friend of yours from the troop up there fixing it and then gracefully leaping down. They're using their skills to to kind of help out and repair the part of the city. Something that they're always kind of stuck with in terms of what they would like to do when they visit towns and cities. As you approach, you kind of hear them in song and laughing, and they all kind of turn and look at you as you approach.
Well, there's no need to mind me. Continue playing. Hopefully I didn't interrupt. It has been a while.
There is just like silence as they're all staring daggers at you.
Okay. Alright, it has been a long while. Honestly, I should have prepared something for this. Though really didn't have the time. I deeply apologize for leaving. As he bows apologetically.
They're all still staring at you, even angrier looking this time.
He's gonna look to Adisa. So I guess they're that angry, huh?
Roll me a perception check.
Right, let's see here. Ah, there we go.
Oh, you're saved because you're a master.
Mm-hmm.
She's holding in laughter.
What's so funny? As he looks to his troop again.
They're like, oh, do you think he's gonna notice? You think we could keep him all like that all day? Maybe another apology. That would be kind of funny. Maybe we could make him kneel down. Oh, can someone? And they're just like planning.
Oh, come on. It's been this long and you have me apologizing. Seriously.
And they just start playing music again. And they're just like, they a bunch of them start walking up to you and kind of like patting you on the back and just like just joking and laughing. One of them walks up, this large, like, orc. Like, he's huge. He's kind of like, one of the ones that you used to kind of mess with because you were faster than him. He grabs you by the shoulders, he lifts you up, and he's like, and he puts you down. He's like, "Ha, it's good to see you again." And when he lifts you up, he kind of like hugs you in the air, and then he just puts you down. He's like, who starts off with an apology before they even say how anyone is doing?
I don't know, I just felt like I left a bit abruptly back there, and
Someone in the back goes, you leaving was a good thing. It was quieter.
Hey!
And less problematic.
Honestly, I think I brought life to the troop, if anything.
Yeah, true. And you see this one small, like, little girl walk up to you, and you realize she was a baby when you left, and now she's like maybe 4 or 5. I mean, however long it's been since you left. And she kind of tug on you, like, you crouch down.
Yeah, he crouched down and he greets him with a smile. My, you've grown. It's nice to see you again.
So one of them goes, "Yeah, she doesn't speak much. She's kind of shy." And then you look at her, and she just whispers in your ear, "Satyr," and then walks away.
All right, who's been whispering that I was a satyr again?
As you say that out loud, a couple of them are like, "Huh? You guys had a satyr on your troop?" And you didn't. Oh my goodness!
Oh my god. Again, not a satyr.
And for our next trick, we'll have the satyr juggle these 3 bugs of ale without spilling them.
Don't throw it towards me!
Too late.
Make it athletics.
Oh, frick. Athletics. Oh, I'm trained in that, actually.
You should be fine if you don't roll like a 2. No, you're good.
Wow, frick!
You grab it gracefully. As she throws a second one, you also grab that. And as she's leaning to throw a third one, both of your hands are full.
Don't you dare.
And then she just drinks it.
As he
you-
hands one bottle over to Adusa.
You recognize the scent. It's actually one of your favorite drinks. They remembered.
Thank you. As he lifts up the glass and he takes a sip.
So, Dessa here was telling me that you got yourself tied up into some really important people in the city. This is the orc talking, by the way. He's just kind of like has his arms crossed, impressed.
Honestly, running into them was quite unintended, but it has been quite the entertaining few weeks. Honestly, I have a lot to share with all of you, and it's quite a very long story.
Well, we have nothing but time. We came here for a wedding. We've ended up having to play a couple funerals, but you know, it's one and the same, I guess.
Yeah, apologies for that one as well. Though before I get into my story, I prefer to hear how all of you have been.
As you can tell, the same as usual. We've been traveling around. It seems like a lot of people have been very melancholy lately, so music and dance and just going around helping has really earned us a bit of a reputation, I guess, and we get invited to a lot of places.
I see that the merriment is still going around.
Yeah, we started in Jotunheim. We actually were in Solheim not too long, and even the Volsung were enjoying the music. So I guess that's not a power they learned yet. How to make better music than anyone else.
It's
But,
good that you've done a lot of sightseeing over the time. Nice to hear y'all doing well.
I think our next place is where we'll probably be heading to the Circle of Magi. The university needs, musicians for graduation, and I figured it'd make us a decent amount of money, and it would be kind of fun to see a bunch of magicians graduate and see what kind of minds should be in the world now. Looking for jobs, because I don't think anyone really needs trained wizards and magicians as much as they need now, healers and monster hunters and the like.
Well, from what I've seen, the folks could use a lot of those nowadays. Especially some healers. Maybe some environmental ones as well. Now, the City of Magi, that is quite a trip.
Oh, it's just a stone's throw away from here. Directly to the east. I will put the map up so you can. So, well, you can switch it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Circle of Magi is directly there. There's where the World Tree is, which is a giant tree that the university is built around. It's a crater. Rumors are that at the base of the tree is a piece of the Whale Room, which is the vault. And this tree is grown with magical properties, so people who come here tend to have a bit more of a connection with magic. So it's very good for training. I mean, they specialize in all kinds of magic. Except for one.
Time magic?
So, okay, except for two.
Space magic? Nah. They just create a whole list.
No, they actually have instruction manuals for that.
There, of course. Who's leaving these structure manuals behind?
Forgetful people.
No, they're not. They don't train too many healers here. Divine energy is overpowered by just a pure raw occult, other kind of magic. So basically, primal, occult, arcane, but divine doesn't tend to be as strong here. There are a couple people that still, despite that, still train and use that kind of magic here, but the majority, as I said, they specialize in will be in arcane, occult, and primal.
Interesting.
He's like, yeah, we're gonna be heading over there, so we should be there for a while. If we happen to swing by and visit.
I will definitely say hi. And hey, perhaps I might be able to help you with your performance.
Don't mind me, I'm cleaning out something that fell on my keyboard, so that's why you hear banging. Sorry.
Oh no.
I didn't hear a single thing. You're good.
Yeah, same.
Which, speaking of which, I do see you all performing. Perhaps you're in need of another player?
Odessa just has this, like, mischievous smile on her face. Ah. So you wish to see if you're still rusty or not, right?
I haven't practiced as much as I have before, but I would like to dust off this old violin and see if it still plays a very merry tune.
She will kind of like, well, the floor is yours. It's like
Alrighty then.
the others will kind of like get ready to join you, depending on what you're playing, if they're gonna accompany you or not.
And he will step up in the middle of the group as he takes out his violin and tunes it a bit. And takes a deep breath and starts tapping his feet in the rhythm as he starts to play. And here we go.
Okay, you start off, kind of like playing. You said you're playing a flute.
A violin, actually.
Violin.
Yeah.
And you tune it, and it sounds pretty good. But go ahead and roll again,
Alrighty then.
because you're getting into the swing of the music.
Better. As he as the song starts off slow and he starts picking up the pace and
Yep.
begins dancing around, getting
And,
just trying to see if he can get all the folks to join in as well.
yeah, they start like looking in awe. People start gathering a crowd. The troop is kind of quiet, and they're just watching as they're looking at a master at work, apparently. So, make me one more check.
All right. Hey,
Hey, it's getting even better. And
well, what are you doing? Don't just stand there. Come on. Let's have some fun like old times.
they start clapping. As they start joining in. It's been a while, but yeah. And I'm going there. Yes, I'm going there. Oh no.
Oh no.
Ooh, they won't let me play the
Reggie.
song.
Well,
They wouldn't let me play it.
dang, tragic. What song were you trying to play?
Let me see if I can pick another one.
Wait, the medieval version of Rasputin's not playing for you?
Is it?
It is for me.
Yeah.
I can
Yeah.
hear it.
Oh God.
You just
Yeah,
not
there it
have
is.
not high enough.
I have never heard of Rasputin before.
What?
Rah, rah,
What?
Rasputin.
I haven't.
What?
Oh,
Oh my
What the
god.
frick?
Oh my god. Have you been living under a rock or something?
Really?
It's Bunyan. Come on.
I haven't. I've never heard of it before.
You
You
heard
just-
it in a meme for sure. You just don't know it.
Yeah, it's
Probably, or I don't know.
Everybody spam him with Bunyan. Rasputin.
Please don't.
Yes.
With what?
Too late.
Oh god.
yeah. Just people just like and they just break out into dance.
Yeah.
You don't know who this Rasputin is, but apparently he's canon in Pathfinder.
He is
Alright.
actually.
so,
Rick?
so this is why I picked this song.
Russian is
Wait,
a
he's actually. Wait, who the hell's Rasputin then?
Oh
Rasputin.
my god.
Oh my goodness.
Right, Russian is a canon language in
Russian is a canon
Yeah, it
language.
actually is.
Wait, what?
I mean-
wow.
All of Earth is getting in Pathfinder by that extent.
Rasputin is a very infamous advisor of, I think, Nicholas the First, Tsar of Russia, right?
Yeah.
Which one was
He's
it?
the one-
Like early 1900s. He got they wanted to kill him, and they basically had to shoot him and drown him in a river, and he still wasn't dead, and it's wild.
Anastasia.
Anastasia?
Yeah.
Anastasia.
Oh, okay. Cool.
This is stop
Okay,
this.
so we're making a bucket list for Faz, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess so.
So this is stop being Pathfinder. This is now Disney movies and Russian history. And also,
I'm sorry.
Wait. Do I have to actually you? Anastasia was a John Bluth movie, wasn't it?
Yeah, you're thinking of Fantasia. That's Disney.
oh wait, is it?
Anastasia
Yeah,
was a John...
Fantasia.
Yeah, Anastasia wasn't.
Oh my! I thought it was. My bad. Okay, that was a good film actually, because I didn't know that.
Rain
What
is
was
added
it?
to the
Let
bucket
me-
list.
Yeah, Don Bluth. Famous animator known in the gaming world for... What was it called?
Was it
Dragons?
Hero Quest?
Yeah, Dragons.
Dragon Quest, whatever.
Yes,
No,
exactly.
How do you know that, Faz?
How do you know that? But you
Well,
don't
I know
Anastasia?
Don Bluth. I've seen Land Before Time. I've played his game before.
Okay.
Dragon's Lair. That's what it's called.
That's the one, yeah.
Yeah.
His
Yeah,
animation
absolute.
work is amazing.
It is. But
The
yeah,
Secret of
Anastasia often
Nim
gets...
is great. American
yeah,
Tail,
yeah.
Odd Dogs Go to Heaven.
Oh, so yeah.
See?
It's. I thought it was.
Okay, Faz redeemed himself to some degree.
Yeah.
Back to the band.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you start playing about this Rasputin character. You have no idea what he is or what he's about or why you know about this song, but it's a song that you heard.
Yes. I have no idea who it is, but it's my song that I wrote, apparently.
You know what? You know what? Edit languages.
It's fine.
Alright.
Yes.
Russian now.
Update. Look at your character sheet.
Oh my god.
Oh god, what did
Now
you
you
do?
can swear in Russian.
Yeah.
I can speak Russian. Alright.
Liat.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Yeah.
That's why you were able to. That's why you were able to read the fucking the spaceship's manual because it was.
It was in Russian?
It was a Soviet spaceship.
It was so-
Also, I have to invent the dwarven AK now. I have no choice.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Alex has the manual for Sputnik.
Oh my god.
Jeez.
Oh, this becomes worse and worse. I
That
love
got
it.
him. That got Faz. Hell yeah.
Remember, Alexander is a name in Russian.
Oh my god.
It actually is a Russian stemming name, yes.
It is a Russian stemming name.
Oh my god.
You did not think that I thought this through.
Yeah, this was all the plan from the beginning.
Rasputin,
Absolutely.
advisor to Alexander.
What?
So
Mm.
was he? Yeah. So yeah, there's a potential that Alex might be a Russian noble in hiding, pretending to be a satyr and calling himself a tiefling.
When the frick did I pretend to be a satyr?
He doesn't know that he's like a noble because he had to hide.
Oh my god.
Sorry, it was Nicholas II, but yes.
It was a Nicholas, yeah. I still think it's funny that we had this whole discussion while Bardcore Rasputin is still running.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think it's the wife who was Alexandria was the wife, right? It was
Wasn't it?
Nicholas-
I don't know.
Wasn't it a Catherine?
No, I think it was
I
Nicholas.
actually a
do
lot of
not
Russian
know.
Catherines.
That's the thing.
Okay, everybody, Wikipedia.
When did this become a history lesson? What the frick is going on?
Listen,
Welcome
listen,
to the
listen.
Nerdcast.
It gets better. You know what name Nicholas II's wife had?
What?
Alex.
Yes, there it goes. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Okay. Totally on purpose.
This is a, yeah.
Absolutely.
This is
Totally.
insane.
This is a thing now.
Oh, yes, this is happening.
We just made you a
Russian
Russian
noblewoman?
noble.
Wait,
Holy frick.
This is one hell
so
of a
we
way
have
to do
3
it.
nobles in our party now?
Well, in that case, I
Apparently.
have no idea that I'm a noble, apparently.
The maid Alex always had noble energy.
Wait, is Lena a noble too?
She's a dragon, that counts.
I mean, if it means anything, I'm very trained in diplomacy.
Oh no, I'm not. But I'm a dwarf noble, so intimidation counts.
I'm an
What?
expert in that as well.
Awesome.
Oh, this is.
This is
Oh,
one way to
God.
derail a session.
This
Um,
is-
To get us back, yeah, you basically spend the rest of the afternoon just hanging out with the crew, who are more than happy to see you. You guys play music. You start singing in Russian.
So, just because it's funny, Lena and Skari are having like mental breakdowns. Dusk is being crushed by the weight of her new responsibilities. Maria has to question her whole backstory and fears a continent-wide evil spreading, and Alex just had a jam session.
Basically,
To be
yeah.
fair, Alex has been through
See?
freaking hell.
He's been
Alex-
pissed
yeah, no,
off like
actually-
5
He
times.
deserves a break.
Yep. You also got the a nice in with the Magi, so
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
so that might be another lead that you can pursue.
Oh yeah. That is definitely a place to go.
Also, remembered something, but it's not a big thing. Lena would pop by the prison to say sorry for the giant gaping hole.
Oh yeah, they're just kind of like, when they see you approach, they all look, and they're like, wait.
Oh,
What?
it's the one that nagged all the time. Get to whining.
That wasn't
Hey.
nagging.
Wasn't she supposed to be behind bars?
Do you want some cheese
says
with that
nagging me.
wine?
I was just stating my rights and demanding to
I'm
see.
not whining, she says, whining.
I
you want
can't
some cheese
believe.
with that wine?
Yes.
Lena, I would be careful if Lena combs her hair over to one side. She has a Karen haircut.
Oh god, no.
Oh no.
At some point, it's gonna happen. She's gonna be like, "I know how to solve this." Takes out the coom. Coom
Yeah.
on the other
Let
side.
me speak to your manager.
Oh god.
Oh my god, yes.
20d6 mental damage.
Well, apparently
Everybody.
the manager currently is now Dusk in the city, one of the cities. So.
Oh, damn, I get
Oh.
to imagine. But yeah, no, in all seriousness, he actually does go apologize for the giant gaping hole. It was necessary, but still.
They kind of shrug and be like, was necessary, I guess.
Well, part of the plan, apparently. I didn't know.
We didn't either, but then we realized, yeah, Lucretia basically personally delivered a prisoner here, so should have figured something happened.
Yeah. Next time, put a mattress and blankets there. And company.
And some
Please.
better food.
You're at a jam session.
I know.
Go stuff, Alex.
But after all that, you guys have some downtime. You guys can meet up and discuss some of the things. So I'm going to leave it to you guys where you guys head to the manor, Grace Woods, and you meet up in your little section there. That is one map that I need to rebuild real quick because it had a bunch of moving parts and it's not working. So we'll just theater to mine it for a second till I can rebuild that. Which
I'm so happy
Yeah.
to be home in a beautiful manor.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
It
so
has
great.
been a
I,
long
I,
time.
I tried to click to join to it, and it just like that's what one of the errors earlier was. So I was like, oh well.
Yeah,
Oh, fair enough.
That shit happens.
it's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll put on
Sweet home.
I'll put on this because it's cool.
So, what's everyone been up to?
Skari is sitting there with a little, like, chest, like a foot by a foot by half a foot, and her
Okay,
left arm
so
is bandaged up.
What happened to your arm?
Work in progress. And you see her fingertips are blue.
oh,
Tattoos. Fair enough.
tattoo.
Yeah. Speaking of work, I was reminded of a dwarven tradition, and I have things for you.
Oh.
So basically, we have this god, and he's basically about making peace and keeping friends. And he's honored especially if dwarves have non-dwarven friends, because it's not a common thing. But I'm blessed with a lot of really cool non-dwarven friends, so I thought I'd keep up the tradition. Who are we starting with? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Stab a hammer on your toe. Alex!
Oh, probably not.
Oh.
Wait, let me give you this.
Wait, he doesn't have toes.
So the... Oops.
He has
Okay, then
choice.
Maria. No, we're
No!
starting with
Really?
Alex. So wait, I got this, and Skari pulls out a miniature hammer, and it's a gunsmith's hammer. It has a leather pleated wooden side and a metal side because it's used to work different parts of the gun. And she's like, so
wow.
the tradition is that basically we make little miniature hammers, but there's a lot of hammers, like there's a lot of people. So I thought I'd give this to Alex because you can be super rambunctious and loud, but also very gentle and caring. So I thought it was a good fit. And she hands Alex the little tiny gunsmith hammer. You can have it as a chain, or you can keep it in your pocket. I don't mind, but it's yours. And then Maria sitting next to Alex, we'll just say, and she goes like, and this one is a cool one. I'm not that good at woodworking, but... And she pulls out a little wooden tap hammer that's used to tap kegs.
Ooh.
And she goes like, so, I didn't know a lot about Caden, but I've been thinking about the gods and what they mean a lot, and I think you have one of the coolest gods around, and honestly, you're such a cool person, and you're always sticking up to your friends, and I don't think he could have anyone better to sing his praise down here. So here you go. And she hands Maria the little wooden keg tapping hammer.
Well, that will come in handy as soon as you finish that beer.
I mean, the barrel would be tiny. That's like a shot glass. Ooh, barrel shot glasses. Skari starts scribbling.
Actually, a pretty good idea.
Sounds
Actually,
adorable.
right? And then we can tap the... Ooh. And she starts scribbling and was actually starting, like, drawing a little schematic, but then she... No, focus, Skari, focus. Lena! And she fumbles in the little chest, and she pulls out a little adorned jewel crafting hammer, of course.
Aww.
So this one's very precious because, yeah, that's here. And she blushes massively.
Oh, thank you. It's beautiful.
I know. And then she grabs the last hammer. So this one, I don't know. And she pulls out a little Burlwood judge's gavel.
Oh.
So we've been trusting your judgments a lot, and you kind of dropped into that, but you're doing a fucking great job. So I thought this would be fitting. Also, it's also very pretty, and she just hands it to Dusk and blushes again.
Dusk accepts it and just gives Scurry a big old hug.
Thank you. So yeah, that's a thing I needed to do. It was way overdue. And she
I'm
closes
going
the
to
little
gift it.
chest and puts it down her chair.
I'm going to give this a very special place in my heart.
And also, if you want to see, I was working on my ancestral geometry, which I haven't rolled yet, but I will. And she starts unwrapping her arm, and yeah, I've been thinking about a lot of things, and you see, it's the emblem of a round shield with a ram on it that has adorned horns, and the forehead is shaped like a heart. And you remember, it's the emblem on Kaz's shield.
Oh,
And yeah, that's half of it, and the other half, and you see behind the shield there's two crossed pickaxes, like the mining tool. That half, she points at the shield, is a debt. And that half, and she points at the pickaxes, is a promise. And she doesn't elaborate any further. If anybody wants to make a religion check, if I can ask for that, sorry, Ryan. Because
Yeah, you
that
can
would give
absolutely.
them a hint.
Totally.
I do nothing, but I
Oh,
wanna.
yeah. I'm not good at religion, but
I don't think I'm either.
You're a cleric.
Yes, medicine.
wow, that was surprisingly good roll.
Oh,
I
wait,
got a
I
plus 0, but
actually
I can
have
do
pretty
this.
good religion. Hold on, never mind.
4.
Not one! Yay!
You still got some almost the highest. But it's low, it's
You know
the
what?
degree of
You know
success
what?
is low.
I'm
It's
gonna hero point that.
Pretty good religion. That's more than pretty good.
I'm
Plus
gonna hero
15.
point my. Wow.
No.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Today
Okay.
I'm an atheist.
I saw where that.
The
You know,
dice
you're
gods
the
heard
same
you.
person that thinks that orcs comes from eggs.
Hey,
So it's
that's
not
not
surprising.
funny.
There's like one instance of rolling to do today, and this is what the game does to you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I know,
that's
this is
kinda
my only
mean.
goal today. But hey.
So I
fuck
think
it,
the-
I'm reroll mine. Was it not happening? Oh, there we go. There, 10.
Hey. Very nice.
I have
I
plus
know
3.
things.
Honestly, I think so. It's a member of the Dwarven Pantheon, but it's one that's rarely talked about. Rain, you decide who gets it. Like, I don't know what the DC would be for that. I would go maybe just Alex at this point.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Makes
So, Alex, you know that two crossed pickaxes are the holy symbol of a dwarven goddess called Drangvit, and she's the dwarven goddess of vengeance.
Oh.
Oh no.
She's called the Deadminder, and she's very rarely openly worshipped. Usually in border fortresses or by dwarf clans that have been in prolonged wars. She's a respected goddess, but it's just it's a grim topic, so it's not openly or widely discussed. And that's the background to the crossed pickaxes.
You know, Sky,
Yes.
whatever you find yourself doing, or no matter how bad the situation is, you can always count on us.
Yeah, we'll see how and if it comes to that, but it might.
I'll always be
Just
there for
know,
you.
it might sound weird coming from me, but don't do anything reckless.
Don't think I will. Hopefully.
Speaking of which, that's
What
good
did you
news.
do?
Mostly. I kind of felt weird. I kind of went back to the cathedral, to the basement, and tapped into.
Why?
I don't know. It just kind of dragged me there. I couldn't let go, but it's in a good way. So that place was specifically infused or attuned to or whatever to these shadows, right? Like a kind of a wellspring. I kind of tapped into that, and I think it made Dude and myself a little bit stronger, so that hopefully next time I don't just drop over and almost die.
Yeah,
I
I think we'd rather that
That's-
not happen.
Yeah.
I feel a lot better after that. I think I might need to look for more of those wellsprings, though. See if I can strengthen Dude and myself a little more, and then hopefully, eventually, maybe I won't need to have Dude inside me anymore. Maybe. If this is a good way of going about it. That's an if I still need to look into. Maybe the whole plague demon and plague thing could lead into that, since it seems to be sort of related at least to the whole soul thing. It's souls all the way down.
You don't have
Well,
a
something, right?
another voice in your head, do you?
No, I don't. Just do the Quentin.
Alright.
Just. Okay, yeah.
I mean, that's
That's
only one
bad.
more than normal, right?
Wait, what more?
I think
Oh, right,
the regular
yes,
amount is
ancestors.
none, apart from your own thoughts and
I don't
voices.
follow.
Oh, She's
I
just
think
gonna
a lot of people
facepalm
just
again.
have none.
That's weird.
Dusty's just gonna facepalm again.
Just do be careful, though.
I will be. I know I'm treading some dangerous ground here, and I want to put this out up front. If it ever comes to anything like actively necromancy or soul leechy or anything like that, I'm not doing that. If I
Good.
can avoid it. I know I couldn't before, but like I don't like that. So I'm still gonna look for more ways of maybe fixing myself, but it's a good first step.
You will receive a summons to the guild at some point.
Oh boy.
Isn't Dusk technically their boss now?
Technically, yes.
But we are still members, so we should still
But
attend.
doesn't
We are going.
yeah?
No,
I mean, of course I'm
you-
going. They could summon me anytime, and I could be the queen of. I could be the pharaoh for all I care. I would still go. No, I'm like I was just thinking. Does that mean that you can command the guild master, and then the guild master can command you, and then you can command him again? Or
I'm
Well,
gonna think
that's-
about
Alright,
caught in a
let's.
everything loop. I'm
That's part of the reason why Lucy got arrested, because she's not supposed to. Remember
see, it's good that you have someone who thinks of these things, so you don't do the same thing.
She was a member of
Dusk
the.
on the shoulder.
She was a member of the guild. She was silver rank before she didn't renew her license and just kind of focused on doing her own thing. So, but you will be brought forward to the guild. And it's fairly simple. The guild leader, Mr. Goldhammer, will be there with Victor as Victor is smiling as he goes, "Friends, welcome. I wanted to have a ceremony, but well, we've seen your luck and the city's luck recently with ceremonies, so we'll make this brief. Congratulations."
As it happens twice.
Yeah, about that.
But
Anyway, congratulations. And he slides your new rank. You guys have ranked up from the wood rank. So the new ranks are slightly adjusted. They're the same. It's wood, copper, iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum. You have now just been ranked up to copper. You are now rank.
Finally, a proper metal.
Yes.
Yes.
The wood is kind of like a carving. Now the rest of them are metals.
Oh, look at that.
And they're like, with that, well, yeah, we do still have our responsibilities. So we've done some digging in the past week or so, because it's going to be a bit of time before they reach you. You guys healing up, talking to your family as they leave, getting some people to come to the city. You got a response back about the Lord from the north, and he will be coming down with his aid. They have accepted.
Yay, I hope his daughter's okay.
As far as we could tell, probably fine. There's nothing was. The letter was pretty positive. It was like, oh, it's good to hear from you. Yeah, definitely, I will make some time. We wanted to visit the Alliance in a while, and it might be a good change of scenery, fresh air.
Oh yeah, I guess I did leave abruptly last time.
No.
There's a good chance that he doesn't remember.
That's okay.
She has like a painful smile and gives him a thumbs up, like yay.
Yay.
It's not a good thing. Mostly
Yeah.
scary. Don't do that again.
Trust me, I don't want that to happen ever again.
Anyways, Guildmaster, I believe you were saying
Right,
something.
yeah, sorry.
Yes. I'm going to go through each of our current relevant requests. There's a few, and he lists out. There's like a page of them. Just check to see which one might see that could provide you with link, and we can kind of go from there.
You wouldn't have any requests possibly leading to the City of Magi?
He will look in and say, well, we'll just go one at a time, and we'll see what they are. So I'm going to start sending them to you. It's going to be a name. It's going to have, well, you'll see. So the first one, I'm going to start off with Morgan.
Okay.
Just need you to read that one off, and I'll get the next one prepped and just kind of edit, make sure.
Hunt name, The Smiling Dark. Location, the Greybriar Orchard Alliance. Rank, copper. To the attentive members of the Stalkers, Greybriar's harvest came early this year, too early. Fruit ripened black and sweet. The bark wept sap like blood, and a child was found in the well, smiling, but unblinking. Locals now fear the odd scarecrow, rebuilt each season, which has begun to move when unobserved. Healing spells within the orchard have grown. Confused, they flicker. One priest's tongue turned to ash mid-rite. Some say the orchard. Why do I have trouble saying that? Orchard is haunted. Others say it is listening. Either way, No one picks the fruit anymore. Mayor Yellen of Greybriar.
Please don't tell me you actually threw weeping angels at us.
I'm not going to say anything.
Oh, God.
If it's scarecrows, we can use fire, but I don't know the enemy types.
I have
or
fire,
weaknesses. Good.
but no dark vision.
Things are on fire, you won't need dark vision.
Now, the rank suggests he's pulled missions that are higher rank because they might be tied to investigation, so the ranks will be different. So that was the first one. Thank you so much.
You cut out in places, yeah.
Yeah.
I heard
Oh,
higher rank being tied to investigation.
Yes, he's pulled out investigations or hunts that are higher rank as well, if they seem that they're tied. So that's why the rank is the suggested rank, and that's what they usually offer the mission towards. But even though you guys are copper, you can take higher ranked ones. Just be aware there might be consequences, or they might be harder or difficult, depending. So,
We're
but
built
that
different.
you guys are built different. Core, I sent you the next one if you would like to read.
Yeah, let me get that in a proper place. Veins of the Moonless Stone. Location Blue Ridge Crossing, Solheimer. Rank Bronze. To the Guild Chapter. A new stone was uncovered during a road clearing project. Slick, cold, black as pitch. Since then, workers report sleepless nights and travelers go missing crossing the ridge at twilight. A shepherd claimed to see veins pulsing in the earth. His flock was later found in perfect formation, all suffocated without struggle. No plague, no curse, but magic sputters strangely here, and even shadows fall in the wrong direction during dusk. There may be something buried in the ridge that should not have been disturbed. Trollwind, Blue Ridge Surveyor.
It kind of feels like something I could help with. If it is all shadowy.
So that's another one he looks, and you guys will have them, and you guys can kind of put them, maybe like write them in a document so you can have them listed. I have a document that I'm just pulling here. I've sent you the next one, Frax.
When the wishing tree wept, old Rowan-Cop's alliance, rank iron, to the trusted blades of the stalkers. The Rowan-Copse was once a sacred site, tied with ribbons, blessings, and childhood wishes. Now its offerings rot overnight, and the ground is black beneath the roots. Witnesses say the tree weeps it down. The bark splits like flesh. One girl claims she heard her grandmother's voice begging from within the trunk. Healing seems possible here, but it fades faster than expected. Wounds reopen even if closed. Perhaps the tree is cursed, or perhaps it's feeding on hope. Callan Moss, Warden of the Tree Shrines.
Is another one. Faz, you one in DM.
Alrighty then. Hunt name: The Mirror Sick Man.
What?
Location.
So,
I said hunt. That's not.
oh, no, I disconnected for a second, and
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You
Rain, I
just
think
showed
you
us
might have
that.
paid your internet bill.
Yeah. You doing all right there, Rain?
Uh-oh.
Bye.
sounded like,
He's
huh?
gone.
Sorry, continue.
Oh, you're
Continue,
right.
Adam.
Hunt name: The Mere Sick Man. Location: West Reach Coastal Road, Empire. Rank Silver. To the eyes of the stalkers, reflections have become unreliable near West Reach. Travelers catch glimpse of a pale man behind them in pools, glass, or polished steel, but never in life. Those who see him report nausea, disorientation, and eventually, identity erosion. A merchant claimed he could no longer tell if he was real or just the echo. No reliable healing works after sightings, not even potions. one knight stabbed his reflection before he vanished entirely. Locals call it the mirror sickness. Something on the coast is watching back. Captain Aurelia Vint of Turned Watch Patrol.
There's a ghost. There's boats. Nuh-uh.
It's also a
Both.
vampire.
Wanna go swimming? Sailing?
No. Nuh-uh. I've up my fill.
Honestly, Alina could easily make an anti-motion sickness cheese.
It's not motion
Probably.
sickness. It's all the crazy wave things that are in the sea that are trying to drag me down. I'm made out of metal.
I mean, just avoid the water?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So we don't go there.
Floaties?
Oh my god.
That would be
I
so-
I
and
am
one
a
around
proud
the tail.
dragon. I'm not wearing floats, especially not on my tail. It's beneath me.
I can make you
Artsy.
really cool cork ones with nice ornaments.
No.
Oh my god.
Oh, wanna.
Scary,
Artsy.
Scary scribbles on the same piece of paper where the barrel shot glasses are on.
Oh my
Lena's
god.
trying to grab her pants like, no, don't do that.
The best invention. Artsy, you are next.
Hunt name: The Bell That Chimes No More. Location: Dimming Hollow, Brotherhood. Rank: Bronze. To the agents of the Stalkers, the village of Dimming Hollow has gone silent. A place once known for its sunset bells now rings nothing but wind. Graves have been disturbed from within and the chapel doors are bolted shut from the outside. Locals speak of a hooded figure walking the fields at dusk, leaving wilted crops in its wake. Healing magic fails within a mile of the old bell tower. Even mundane medicine turns sour. Something has silenced this place. We need it unmasked. Warden Elric, fan of the Northern Crossroads. So we got a couple now with that where healing magic doesn't work. I don't
Almost
like
all of
that.
them mention healing.
I don't like that.
Yeah,
Well,
the
again-
fact that it's
They're relevant to what you're looking for, which is why they're very specific. Where they pulled ones that mention about healing magic.
I still don't like it. I'm gonna feel useless.
now when you think about it, perhaps it might have something to do with the sickness at the dwarven village. Maybe there's a bit of a connection.
Yeah, it is fitting.
Or connected in some other way to weird shadowy soul stuff. I mean, think
Yeah.
about it. We've been to 2 basements in the city and both of them had shadows in them. Something is wrong. Oh, and the other time we went to a cave? Darkness crystals.
Yeah.
We also don't know how it spreads.
Apparently it could be crystals. I don't know.
And the darkness crystals were tied to an ancient thing? Oh no.
And there was the whole kingship test there.
Oh yes,
Yep.
that. Which is.
I don't think that was
more
related.
relevant.
Didn't seem to be.
Possibly, who knows?
So, I might need to go back there and check on it at some
I'm
point.
squinting at you so hard right now, Ryan.
I got one
All I
last
know
one.
is that some of these seem to be more shadow inclined than others, and well, obviously I'd prefer to investigate those.
Well, Brim has the last one.
Okey-doke. Hunt name: The Third Eye Weeps. Location: Shrine of the Broken Wake, Magi. Rank: Unknown. To all vigilant stalkers, the Shrine of the Broken Wake is older than any map. Pilgrims once came for visions, now they return blind. A statue in the shrine's deepest hole weeps blood from a third eye carved into its brow. Those who touched the tears dream of a vast silhouette standing at the edge of the world, whispering names no one has ever heard. Magic flickers here, but shadow flows strong. Something is watching through the veil. The faithful are terrified, the unfaithful even more so. Prophetess, Illume, exiled oracle.
Well, that's unsettling.
Those are the 6 requests that they felt were most relevant. Completely
Maybe
optional.
not.
Completely optional, by the way. All of these. But these are investigation hints to kind of get you in a direction, unless you guys have another plan in mind. So, and they also are tied into certain kingdoms around.
Around what?
Yeah, you cut
On
out
the
after
coast.
around.
Okay.
Around the coasts you guys are at, yeah.
Oh
Okay.
no.
My internet's starting to get bad, but it's perfect timing because we're finishing anyway.
Did you pay the bills recently?
Not recently.
No, it's
Sorry.
not that then. So yeah, my preference, anything shadowy, and I think we shouldn't go too much over our rank just in case. I've had a little too many close encounters with the afterlife lately.
Yeah, I think what we can handle is something copper and only 1 rank higher. Anything above that, and it might be too risky.
Yeah.
Especially since we're still recovering from justice broadly around her.
I mean, they're all made just the meta knowledge that you guys could. It's not like, oh, yeah, you're going to take a gold rank. Okay, they're level 18 enemies. No. As funny as that would be, it's just, again, the complexity of it. But there also might be more to them, depending on what it is. And it might just be me putting that in there just to fuck with your heads because I like to do that.
It could just be the level 83 Bristol Ball.
Oh, no. Oh, no. I love that someone actually made the stat block. So, did you guys need time to think of which one you want, or did you want to decide now?
I got
Or
an
did you-
idea. Yeah, let's put all of these in text in the channel
I
we
was
got.
thinking this.
Then we can
Yeah.
decide by next week.
That way we can look through and
Let's make
Yes,
it
yeah.
come to a vote.
Yeah.
Make a thread, or could put them in there. I could put it in the Chronica. We could put it in the Chronica's quest.
Oh yeah, put it in the Chronica. That's a good idea.
I need to get you
Yeah.
through more.
The Chronica.
Yeah, I got
There's
some
no-
updating to do there too.
There's
Also,
a
we might just a quick plug because it's planned. We might expand on that on an off session, off podcast day stream.
yeah, we definitely want to do some expanding on some lore, some stuff as well. So that's something that we're looking into do. Talking about dwarves, talking about the setting, talking about the characters, or things that are relevant to them, things that they would know that we want to establish. That'd be kind of cool. A lot of it, Russian's a Pathfinder
Yes.
thing.
I actually had a
not-
bunch of ideas that I still need to mention to you, Ryan.
Well, we could always sit down and do it DMs, or we could do it on stream. It doesn't matter. Whatever.
I'll send in DMs first so I don't forget the again.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But yeah, the only one that stood out there in terms of a place you have not been yet is the Brotherhood, which is the Brotherhood of the First Elves. So yeah, that's the only place that's kind of taking a boat, like going all the way south, and then taking a boat to the Brotherhood.
We've heard about
They are more of the nature-oriented elves, the ones that kind of live in tune with nature, with the forest.
You're gonna give Scary an aneurysm.
Yeah,
probably
they're
Dutchman
all-
as well.
There are also the elves that are essentially cannibals. So it's something that just is a thing that happens there.
Oh my.
Cannibals, but I mean, that's kind of how the Bosma are in Elder Scrolls and Divinity
And
Original
the
Sin.
elves in Divinity.
Yep. So they don't want to hurt nature, but they also don't want to waste, resources. So very similar to that. Whereas the council is more of your Lord of the Rings style elves with the big fancy building, libraries and all that. So
Yeah, you're glitching out a lot more.
Yeah.
Well, that's the condense their name kind of elves, right?
The hero weaving kind of elf.
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Shout out. Amazing actor. Love him.
Yes.
Absolutely. All right. So with that, I believe we should be able to end because my internet is kind of acting weird. We might want to raid, and then we'll continue next week where we pick and go in a direction and see what kind of crap happens.
I guess.
Yep.
We-
Do we want to
So-
do Hammer Raid?
Yes. Yes. Absolutely. Hammerite.
Hammer
Hammer
time.
Raid.
Aw.
If I say it too quickly, it sounds wrong.
Hammer time, right?
Oh my god.
Okay, I get it.
I was
I
saying
get
it
it.
in my head a couple of times.
Yes, I was like,
That's hammer rate. Enunciate properly.
Don't say it with a southern drawl.
Absolutely don't. Anyway, thanks for watching. With that, we'll be leaving you.
Thanks for watching. Have a great week.
bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, Alex just got a hero point.
Hey.
Hooray!
Hey, what a way to end this.
Quickly, roll something.
Performance.
Oh, does that re-roll it?
Oh, that was none.
Okay.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Boy.
We rated.
Ooh.
Mute your streams.
I got it.
It's kind of mean, but I get it.
No.
It's funny.
Mikoto and her husband actually made us lose an attempt on Dracula because they dropped in unexpectedly into voice. While it was kind of a clutch moment and it distracted me so much that I died.
Oh no.